Aeon. On it like a car bonnet. Watto and welcome. Just getting everything ready. Chaunerus, good to see you. J-Post. First! There we go. Got my fancy soda. And a yodelay hee-hoo to you. Sorry, Bacon. I actually couldn't physically restrain that. I apologise. Watto and welcome, Fearless. Good to see you. Come on in, friends. Come on in. Watto and welcome. Okay, and J-Post, you move up the month's ranking. So it's Verdant in the first with 5, Dustin with 3, you with 2, and then Wolfgrad, Catastros, and Grayson with 1 apiece. To the John Deere Enjoyer, Watto and welcome. Kakazi, you boots! You boots! Watto and welcome. Come on in, friends. Lovely. How's that for a slice of fried gold? There's loads to banter about before we get Dan, and Dan to talk about Silksong. It turns out today is actually the perfect day to talk about Silksong, but we'll get into that in a sec. Damn. And Edwin, time zone's considering as well. How you doing? Watto and welcome.
We were doing so many poems with 575 meters earlier, we were taking over the channel. It was a haiku.
Puns, bravo, bravo. That's very good. And obviously, thank you for bids. How you doing? Watto and welcome. Legend, I am actually proud of that. I do need to think out my sponsored videos a little bit more carefully, i.e. maybe going to a place in Silverfish I've never been before with crystal clear headphones was not my smartest move. I won't say too much, just because I know there's a few Silverfish enjoyers here who you deserve to discover the annex for yourself. But can the sponsor do anything for my hubris? Absolutely not. Not all powerful. So yeah, there's some game stuff to talk about before we get everybody in. If you're unaware, tonight is the Silksong and Wine and Cheese night. Now, just so you're all aware, obviously I'm supplanting the wine for. I've got these cute little like grapefruit bitter sodas from downstairs, and I'm also treating myself to the Jarritos, which in my mind these are still insanely expensive. I know they're like $1.20, but in my brain they're still the $5 soda from the expensive burrito place in Soho, because brains are weird. So yeah, the cheese is cooling. The crackers are ready. We've got Dan Olson, Dan Jones, and Dan Floyd joining us in about an hour to just talk about Silksong. Like, that's it. That's the night. And honestly, I couldn't have come to bed. Hang on. Let me get everybody in first. Annie X did kick my ass. And that's not a euphemism. All right, and Hoffers, Watto, and welcome. Okay, Hoffers, we already know who the best Dan is, and that's Lily. But those are tales from another time, from a bygone age. Rod, sir, Watto, and welcome. I will say, friends, if everybody makes it on in as planned, DJ's bringing his squad in. I think Dan Olson's streaming his side, so there'll be a bit of faffermancy once the lads all get in. Chat is going to be moving probably quite quickly, so if I don't get to your points or your banter bits, I'll do my best. Alright? But, yeah. Oh, and Lord Traden, sorry you're down sick. We've got good friends, good company, and good cheese. Come on in. Yeah, actually, Hoffers, I didn't know Dan Olson was dropping a video today, so I got to scratch the first, couple of minutes of it. I am fascinated to see what a Dan Olson x Mr. Beast crossover is. And Iced, I will get back to you in a sec. I'm so swamped at the moment. But, you know, once we've got through our wine and cheese night and a few other things, then... Oh, Sammy, what's on, welcome. But the idea of sitting down and having a round table banter about Rain World is something I would love to do. Because Andrew's one of the leads on the new team, right? One of the Downpour team. I used to speak to James and Dale of Fairwedge, but I haven't spoken to them in a million years. And they're all working on Airblade. And Numbers, what's home, welcome. Sorry you're going through it. And I can understand wanting to tap out once the Silksong banter gets in. Because again, we will be getting into the weeds on Silksong. It will, no spoiler is off limits. Alright? Yeah. Honestly, Iced, and with stuff like that, you're always welcome to come chat to me while I'm live. Honestly, Discord DMs, I usually get around to them on a Monday. You know what, I'll do a proper Blue Sky post in once Dan and the squad are in. Lance, what's going? Welcome. Coming in. Lance, thank you so much for the 2 devs in a hot tub 5 feet apart because they're not gay. Meme gave me an audible cackle.
You say, no spoilers barred, but it might be worth mentioning to them you haven't played the last lot of DLC yet though, smile.
Yeah, Scotty, I'll let them know I haven't finished the Zote Boat DLC yet. And Scotty, thank you for the bits. How you doing? I hope the move's not too brutal. Yeah, so Lord Traden, I hope a bit of rest, a bit of good food does you wonders. Yeah, we have good friends coming in. We have a whole bunch of Silksong to banter on. It's going to be a good night. But first, okay, so you're aware of the whole Kingdom Come Deliverance saga, right? Captain Steph, last and welcome. Caffeine, last and welcome. And this, I'm finding this extremely funny. So, for those of you who are maybe unaware, one of the lead guys on... Oh, shit! Captain Steph. Congratulations, friend. That's lovely to hear. Oh, which parts of the... which part of the Kingdom Come Deliverance saga? All of it. All of it. So, for those of you who may not know, Daniel Vara, whatever he is a... shit. He's a shit. Let's just call a spade a spade. He's a shit. He's been an open gamergator for as long as it has existed. He was very vocal in why you couldn't have women or people of color in the first Kingdom Come Deliverance, which was because of historical reasons, which we know is... oh wait, I wrote this down here. Oh, absolute horse shit. Yeah, no, he literally tried to say, like, there were no, prominent women in Bohemia. Yeah. It's just men. It's just plant men. They're basically orcs with beards. Yeah, Lance, actually, we invented women in 1985 to sell bras. Not a lot of people know that. Anyway, Daniel Vara's a turd. Now, if you have played Kingdom Come Deliverance or Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, I'm not here to tell you, like, oh, how could you? This isn't one of those conversations. Just know that one of their lead guys is an absolute, like, gobshite. And the whole Twitter hate vote love him. Because, he's a white guy running around, sticking it to those woke dickheads. Alright, whatever. Except for... when Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 dropped, they added gay romances and queer characters and, people who weren't just men as white as the driven snow. What was that great TikTok term? Someone other than the standard Yakubian snow devil. Yeah. I learned that on TikTok. Thanks, TikTok. And so all of the terrible people got real up in arms with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 because they were like, oh, how dare you put anyone that doesn't look like a mayonnaise buffet in this game. It was extremely funny. Peak like leopards eating faces. Anyway, Danny Vara has been on a tear saying that no, the leopards didn't eat his face, actually, with his face all eaten by leopards. But, and this is so funny, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 has been nominated for I want to make sure, for a gay gaming award ceremony. They're up for, what's the award they're up for? Okay, I can't see the actual specific award, but they have been nominated. So now Daniel Vara is doing these incredible mental gymnastics to say, like, no, actually, it was him that pushed for gay romance in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. That everyone else was against it, but he pushed for it. And this is extremely funny. Like, it's just... What did we put on Discord? Lads, is it woke to kiss the lads? Only if you close your eyes. Real men kiss with their eyes open. It's just so funny.
DG Will is getting a new character. A tribute to the Mother franchise. Get your willingness.
Nah. Actually, Corey, that's a good one. Like, thank you. Oh yeah, Wraith, absolutely. It is hilarious. God, Hollywood's gonna chew that guy up and spit him out. Hollywood, you owe me. We watched Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City last night. You fucking owe us. It's so bad. Yeah, I love bad movies, and I'm trying to watch every video game movie ever made, which has turned into more of a marathon than a sprint. And last night we watched Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City. It's a bad film, it's a bad adaptation, everything about it is terrible. It's like they put all the people in place for casting and then hit one of those boggle scramble things and changed everyone around. Oh, the beefcake guy with the beard who looks like he's kind of grown up in like the Midwest and things like that. Who's he playing? Now you're thinking Barry Burton. Nah, he's Wesker. Yes. You know what, Verdon? I can't tell you the new Street Fighter movie will be good, but I know we won't be bored. There was one point where I actually turned to Jess and was like, I am sorry, I zoned out. Whatever just happened was so dull. No, that isn't the one with Lance Riddicken. That was the Netflix show, which is also fucking terrible, except for Lance. Because I was saying, like, it's like with cosplay. You don't need to look exactly like a character to play that character, right? But you have to embody what makes them them. Yeah. Lance Riddick does not look like Wesker from the video games. Not at all. But when he plays Wesker, no fucking doubt. Honestly, the Netflix show is worth watching to see his performance of Wesker. It is phenomenal. The rest of it, hot dog shit. And how dare they have a Deus Ex albino alligator and not use it? Those fucking bastards. I'm still pissed about that. They spend the whole show building up to this, like, albino alligator that's chained as, like, a super weapon. Never get used. Oh, Fearless. Yeah, that's way cool. Vershi, Watto, and welcome. Coming in. You know what, Wraith? And at least those old movies, like, they created a new POV character and had the iconic characters kind of be, like, supporting. Which is fine. But things like, the old movies kept Leon as, Leon is a good guy. That is his core trait. Leon is not an alcoholic jerk. Yes. What they did to both Claire and Jill in terms of like characterization and performance is an actual crime. There should be letters of legal sent. Oh, and Barry doesn't even show up at all. The helicopter pilot is one of the blokes from Letterkenny, which is the funniest shit ever. And God, maybe we need to do a watch party of this, because the amount of times where it's like, oh shit, guys, we set our movie in 1998. How do we tell people it's the 90s? There's one bit where Mr. Letterkenny is on his fucking phone playing Snake on a classic Nokia in the helicopter. It was brilliant. Brilliant. Just in general, Burden. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, jumping back. Like, Scotty, the very same. I know because I fucking had. Well, actually, no. It might have been the. Hang on. Because I had the 3310. I mean, everyone had the fucking 3310. It was the same screen as a 3310, but it had the dinky antenna and the weird button. It was... Hang on, let me see if I can find the big version. It was this bastard right here, between the two yellow banana phones. That's the one that they use in Raccoon City. Obviously, you've got the iconic Matrix phones down here. And yeah, and there it is, the 3310, the iconic, the beast, the unkillable. Good times, good times. Oh yeah, and Moose, the other thing that was super funny is that the 90s songs that they could afford to license were all kind of terrible. Oh, yes. They did not fit in any way, shape, or form. Also, like, they changed how the viruses work, they changed the story and plot, but did nothing extra with it. Like, it's not quite, not Jupiter Rising. It's not quite Rebel Moon bad. That is still the pièce de résistance of fucking terrible movie. But it's up there. And it's brilliant because you can watch that movie and go, I could have done better. With the same actors, the same resources, you could have made a better Resident Evil movie. Okay, so aside from the Daniel Vara hilarity, I love you, Mega Ran, but I will forget how to speak if I listen to you actually doing good rhymes. Okay, so for other Vigigamery,
have some Bezos pesos.
I will steal some Bezos pesos any day of the week. They are very welcome. And Wraith, that's not bad. Wait, what? The Legend of Chun-Li has director commentary on the DVD. I have a mighty need. That's a watch party I want to do. Lord Tradent, no, this isn't the mosquito zombies. This is Welcome to Raccoon City, where they actually don't explain anything. The implication is that the T-virus is in the water, and it's been slowly turning everybody. No! Moose just informed me there is a VFX breakdown for the explosion scene in the Legend of Chun-Li movie that broke caffeine. That was the one that really put caffeine in the fucking hospital. Oh, you need to know if there is. Oh, okay, sorry. Because that would be fucking hilarious. Anyway, so the other things today, I mean, Roblox are actually adding a input. Well, they say they're going to add an input line output game generative AI thing. The creator of Fortune's Run, the indie Deus Ex Up, is out of jail now and resuming work. As we said yesterday, Alan Wake's getting a crossover with Phasmophobia, and alright, you'll know I'm a BAFTA member, right? Not BAFTA Connect, not, you know, young BAFTA Billy BAFTAs. Like, I'm a proper BAFTA member. And there are certain things I can't really talk about, like the judging process and what have you. What I can say is that apparently there was an indie game that was supposed to be part of the trailers and whatnot of tonight's BAFTA Awards, which has come and gone with so little fanfare.
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
What? Ho.
Naru, what ho indeed. Thank you for 42 months, you fucking legend. Like, seriously, thank you. Yeah, and it was really sad to just see like an interesting indie game about like some serious like dealing with some real heavy topics just being told, actually no. For those who don't know, the BAFTA film biffed up earlier in the year with one of the individuals they asked to present an award has very pronounced Tourette's and resulted in a whole mess. Now BAFTA's already responded to that and whatnot, but I guess this was an overcorrection. They were worried the subject matter of this trailer might upset people. But then when the dev was like, hey, I can do a different trailer, I can change things, what do you need from me? BAFTA just gave him the silence, which is, yeah. But then I'm looking at the BAFTA awards, I'm just like, you know what? Now, I can tell you, as a BAFTA member, I was part of picking what would be the shortlist, right? So all the BAFTA members vote on what will be the shortlist in each category. Then that shortlist goes to a panel of judges, and they have like their whole like 12 Angry Men thing, where they argue back and forth and then like vote within a space. Or at least that was how it was when I did it. Don't know how it is now. What the? Silksong was snubbed on every direction. Expedition 33 won everything. Cool. Arc Raiders for best multiplayer. It was nice to see Blueprints getting acknowledged, and it was nice that No Man's Sky got Evolving Game, because that is deserved. But like, Peak didn't win best multiplayer? Are you shitting me up sideways? Like, okay, Night Rain is not everybody's taste, and you know, Dune Awakening is very well made. Oh, and Virals, thank you. I'm glad someone remembered to BAFTA these nuts. Ghost of Yotai, barely mentioned. That one is beautiful. I did think that Death Stranding 2 getting the win for, what was it, artistic direction, was a bit of a... Really? Because Death Stranding 2 is the same as the first one, with some additional like tweaks and changes, you know? Fearless, and rightly so. Ghost of Yotai should be on all formats. But whatever the fuck Sony is doing, who knows. So yeah, not a single acknowledgement for Silksong. Not an acknowledgement of its incredible soundtrack. Not an acknowledgement of its incredible storytelling and how it unfurls it all. You know? And it is very, very telling that, you know, Dispatch did very good, which is a very simple game to play that tells a great story and does have gorgeous animation and deserves it. But yeah, I was happy to see South of Midnight win as well, though. That was a nice one. So yeah, I contemplated I contemplated raging about it a little bit, but it was just like Silksong is such a spectacular creation and such a monumental achievement. Like, okay, award shows don't matter. The prizes are made up. Admittedly, winning a BAFTA for your game is a big deal and changes it a lot, but it does seem like a weird snub. And, like, I'm looking at the awards and I'm seeing this very PlayStation-leaning bias, but, you know... You know what? This doesn't matter a hill of beans, this is just for me. You know, as a BAFTA member, I don't get... Yeah. I don't get as much input as I would like, in certain ways. Now, Best British game was an interesting one because Adamfall took it, and boy howdy, that game is extremely British. Yeah, maybe that's it, Fearless. They're just spending all the money whining and dining. I'll get that that Sony dump truck of money any moment now. And it was lovely to see. I can never pronounce it correctly. The little soccer game, Despoliate. I'm so sorry I butchered that one, but it was lovely to see that one get Games Beyond Entertainment. But you cannot look me in my fucking face and say that Ark Raiders is a more influential title than Peak. Or Split Fiction, that fucking matter. That's the one I'm very salty over. Ghost of Yotai winning music is entirely deserved, I will say that. Oh, and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 got narrative. Anyway. That's it. Thank you for letting me rant on that one. You know. Obviously, the reason why I'm sore about it is because, like, as a BAFTA member, my name's on it, right? And I can't help but feel like, hey, did... Vershi, and you're right. Like, I don't get this personal about a few other... I don't get this personal about other award shows. Like, the Golden Joysticks don't matter. The Game Awards is literally just Keely's mates. And if they can't give you an award, they'll make one up to give to you. Okay. Thank you for letting me rant. Aside from that, like the the mocking of Daniel Var has pretty much been my day. Jeff making awards. Will someone get a Peace Award next time? Fucking probably. I don't know. You know what it is? I get to spend a lot of time with these titles, and I really get to, like, know them. Being able to do just about everything in Silksong, sans their, like, Ironheart runs and things like that. It's so good. It's so good. And the thing is, you can't just know it. You want to play... You want to understand Silksong, you have to play it. You know... I think the thing that irks me with Death Stranding 2 is that it's more of the same, just bleaker, which is fine, but is the second season better than the first? Okay, I've had my 10 minutes. For everything else, Pragmata is doing very well, which makes me happy. The sheer amount of good games coming out just on the daily is almost paralyzing. Somebody made Kingdom 2 Thrones with a gun. Sorry, this dropped today. As I know, Jess and I have both found this kind of individually. It's Kingdom with guns. Towers, the setup, but also you get a dog. So I can't wait to try this on a Sunday evening and then lose the rest of my weekend to it. Yeah, you know what? The RE engine has done so much good, and it's been fascinating with a lot of other titles that have been very, very pretty, that run like absolute arse, and yet Capcom's over here being like, you know, we made an engine, it looks good at scale, and it looks incredible, you know, if you put some beefy hardware behind it, but you know, you don't need a nuclear reactor to run it. And they've just been making it work. You know, it's the thing that everybody says they're going to do. Okay, I guess not anymore, but for a time, every game studio was like, we're going to make our in-game engine, and we're going to develop a new 3D engine, and it's going to do all the things that we need it to, and it's going to be scalable and optimizable and all of that nonsense. And what happens is halfway through development, things go awry. And so they just have to turn the pieces of what would have been their quasi-commercial engine into just yet another weird, broken homebrew. Yeah. Well, and virtually, that's what's so fucking funny, is like, it's one of those things that's been true the entire time, and then everyone is surprised Pika face when they get halfway through development, and it's like, oh no, making game engines is hard. It's real fucking hard. It's really fucking difficult. Sorry, Dan also just sent me hype, 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 to which I responded with hype, hype, hype. I got cheese. You know what, Virals? I don't think they've tried pressing the make engine button. I will say though, on the subject of you know, game engines for use, we want to talk about Death Stranding. They made the Horizon Zero Dawn engine sick. Virtually, I have I haven't written on the box. I got like a little collection platter because they had this nice little dill Havarti combo, which I'm all about. Catherine says, oh yeah, pick up and actually finish Zero Dawn. It's very, very good. You know, and I do really enjoy Horizon Zero Dawn because it's one of those games that you can critique, but it's that critique of like, it's so good. There are things about it that you feel, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a good analogy. You know, like tweaking recipes to your personal tastes rather than just out and out hating it. You know, saying with Horizon Zero Dawn, I really think the way in which the diegetic UI elements and the scanning the area bits could be better blended. You know, that's me saying, I'll put more basil on this, as opposed to saying, I don't know, don't play 0 degrees north, 0 degrees west, because it's like eating gravel the sad way. Oh, actually, here's one I do want to point out. You all are aware of Samson, right? Samson dropped last week and is a not GTA em-up where you play, I don't know, the saddest gangster dad of all time. I don't know. It has had a very hard launch. And what has been really nice to see on this one is like the team being like, yeah, we were going for a wild overstretch. We're fixing things as fast as we can, but like, this was definitely an overreach on the team's intent, but it's been really nice to see how the team's been talking about it. In like, yeah, we know it's broken and fucked up, and we really want to be able to fix it. We just had to put it out. Just because if you put this next to Mind's Eye, where the lead guy is like, no, the game is perfect. There are several conspiracies at play here that are all stopping this game from being brilliant. And it's like, no, homie, you made a boring game that's kind of bad. Yeah, they didn't claim the bugs were fake or a planned YouTube attack. Because here's the thing, like, this isn't a game that I personally want to play. I got all the urban decay in my life that I could possibly want. But, you know, for some people, the idea of a washed-up old bloke, you know, kicking ass and bringing justice to the streets might be cool. And people being honest with the kind of games they're making in the state they're in, like, fuck yeah. I mean, sorry. Nobody is a good movie. The ending sucks, and the fact that there is a sequel is even worse. L'Oreal, because dads are worth it, yeah. He goes to the same place Leon gets his hair done. Yeah, oh, you know what it is? It's because someone described Nobody as a movie about addiction, and we're basically watching a guy falling off the wagon. But then the ending is like, hey, it's so cool that you fell off the wagon and went back to being an incredibly violent individual, and we all love you for it. You should do more violence. And now there's a sequel where you do more violence, right? Like, it's not quite Rambo to Rambo First Blood, but I don't know. Nobody is an incredible action movie. That last little ending just makes me feel really uncomfortable. I'm not sure what the message was. Like, hey honey, sorry I didn't tell you that I absolutely love kicking the fuck out of randos. But now I've told you and you like that, so we're all cool. As opposed to Guns Akimbo, which is very honest and even says, in movies, when someone does an extreme murder, the heroine falls into their arms. In real life, if you shoot somebody in front of somebody else, they don't like you. In fact, you give them trauma and they never want to see you again. I mean, Fearless, if you get the chance to give it a watch, I'd be interested to see your take. Video games are a really difficult thing because predominantly the means of our exploration of the environment is through violence, right? You know, conflict is a means to a goal, it is the challenge which we overcome. We have chosen to engage in that, and that's fine. You know, if you made a really sick fighting game and then constantly told the player, not the character, but the player, that you're bad for enjoying this, you know, then you'd have The Last of Us Part 2. Man, I am sassy tonight. Anyway. And again, it's another one of those things of like, you're not bad if you enjoyed Nobody. It's not like a bad thing. I agree with Lawrence in that Nobody plays it a little too straight until the very end. Hey, you know what? Lord Traden, Spec Ops as well. And Spec Ops literally says to you, this happened because you wanted to play hero. Just tonight. Not always sassy. Sometimes I'm sad. I don't know. You know, hasn't been brought up in a while. Undertale does still have its value in discussion, and like, you know, it doesn't work as well now because obviously it was a subversion of expectation at the time. But, sorry, here I am watching poor Samson. But, you know, Undertale gives you a combat system that you know, like turn-based RPG stuff, puts a little wiggle on it, so you can like move stuff around, and then ultimately becomes, you know, a game where you are doing your best to avoid conflict. Oh, sorry, you're doing your best to avoid hurting people. But what's interesting is that in Undertale, hurting people and not hurting people, hurting them is easier than not hurting them, but you still get as much gameplay. Whereas we were talking about Dishonored yesterday, and how, like, if you want the good ending of Dishonored, you have to not use the fun toys. They give you a crab limpet mine that leaps into the air and then spins whirring fucking, what is it, razor wire around. But don't use it if you want the good ending, right? I'm not a fan of that. Like, and obviously I know why they didn't do it because video game, but the idea of something like Dishonored where you have a gun, and the gun just goes blam, I win. But each one of those kills is horrible, but you have this full plethora of tools to not kill people. You know what I mean? Yeah, here, have fun toys to make the gameplay more fun. Also, don't do evil. All right. No, Moose, there is something to be said for like tempting the player to the dark side, that the path of violence is easier. You know, it's what makes video games so fun, because in a good game, whether you, like, how much control you actually have or not is usually very minimal, but you feel like you have the control, where the game is asking you, how are you going to do it? And then reacting to it. One of the things that I noticed from Deathloop is how it's really fun to go on a kill rampage in your early sessions, but then you realize that the amount of extra time that takes, like, you essentially get like combat fatigue. So you end up not killing people because killing them is so much more work, and you're stuck in this time loop. I always thought that was really, really clever. That's just me. All right. Yes, Wraith. And the reason why I bring up Dishonored is because if you go for the path of non-violence, you just end up save loading a lot. And I'm not here to tell anybody how they should play, it's just a manual reload of save is like it's like a loss of momentum. I got Jess to watch the Goes Wrong show. If you haven't seen it, the Goes Wrong show is a comedy show based on the play that goes wrong, a stage performance on in the West End where everything goes wrong. It's not quite immersive theatre, but things are happening all around you and going wrong all around you. They adapt it to a TV show. It's extremely funny. If this is your first time hearing about it, I ain't gonna say nothing. Just trust me. Alright? Just trust me. But because we were watching it on streaming services, and also this was the thing where I was like, you know what, I'm gonna spend $5 and not deal with ads, and I still got ads. Still mad about that. The reason why is that comedy is very much there are many styles, but this particular style of comedy is like a ramping chaos that, I don't know, I first became aware of it with Frasier, where everything starts quite simple, and the chaos ramps up, and the comedy ramps up with it, and it creates this wonderful kind of like ebbs and peaks of fucking humor. And intermittently getting interrupted with that was someone trying to sell me a fucking truck, like I have truck money. Sorry. Remember to buy dog food. Food for dogs. Boy, I sure have forgotten to buy dog food for the dog. Sorry, I've taken to doing that because I've just trained my phone to show me dog food ads now anytime it does stuff. Gundams. I need a new Gundam kit. Expensive Gundam kits. There we go. Yes, because the secret of good comedy is pasta. I mean timing. And adverts kill that play. I would say that unless the auto-load mechanics are very smooth or built into the narrative, manually reloading the game is like losing momentum. Exactly, J-Post. Be your own disinformation campaign against advertisers. Make sure you get dog food. No, well, you'll go broke if you keep getting Gundam ads. Phone, send me pictures of Spider-Man. Brilliant. Anyway. It's just... manual save loads in games, I feel, break momentum in certain titles. And stealth games are all about, like, holding that breath as you, like, slowly creep past someone in the shadows. You know, so you can do, like, the kung fu chop or the, you know, the neck snap or what have you. Save loading breaks the tension because you're like, oh, alright, well, okay. I'm not tense anymore. I'll go get a snack and come back. Horror has a very simple problem. You know, I know Jess has talked about it loads, I've talked about it loads. I still think Soma with damage turned off is one of the most fucking intense experiences because it never stops. You don't get out. It's like Never-Ending Nightmares, where the death screen is in itself something so unsettling that it drops you straight back in. You never get a chance to stop. Yeah. Unholy Glee, when I started looking for like the good slow-cooked pork recipe for my street tacos, I started getting TikTok ads in Spanish, which I found significantly more pleasant. But that's another story. Okay, so friends, we've got about 5 minutes before we are stacking Dans. Just to let you all know, tonight we are talking about Silksong. We will be talking about everything on Silksong. No spoiler is too spoilery. Alright? That is the plan for this evening. I have a little selection box of cheese. If you want to avoid spoilers, might I suggest Little Fire, who will be streaming behind me. We'll be heading over to Little Fire after. Boosh. Bayoshi says, we start talking about not Silksong, do we ring a little bell? Probably. You know, I got some vague points to talk about, but, like, if you weren't here the last time Dan Olson and I hung on stream, Dan is good at Silksong. Like, all Chivos, including the 100% speedrun and the Steel Soul. Ah yes, indie horror streamer extraordinaire, Taniflame. Faradoma Samine. Ding, 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 ding. Anyway, just letting you know that we'll be getting everybody in about like 2 or 3 minutes, and that's going to be the conversation. Okay. I'm Dan wrangling. And Dory, Watto, and welcome. But yeah, so for those of you who are going to be avoiding for spoilers, I completely understand. Don't be a stranger. Tomorrow we're going to be building Gundams, and here's the thing. Maybe tonight will be dead to the world. Maybe tonight will be extremely busy. I think things will be moving a little faster than usual for Twitch chat type stuff, so if I do miss your comments and your points, I do apologise, and we can talk about it all tomorrow. You know what, puns? That's a good point. Like, Silksong really is that good that I would hate to spoil it for folks. And like, obviously you've got a little bit of time before everything comes together.
What cheese do you have tonight? Mine comes in the form of pizza.
Oh, farmers with taste. And yeah, 72 months. That's nothing to sneeze at. 72 months plus pizza. There we go. Yeah, tonight's stream will be spoilt silly. Yeah, I managed to get this cheese selection platter that's got like a dill pickle cheese that I fucking love. Little Fire's favorite is like a mozzarella stick wrapped in prosciutto. It's fucking tasty. I'm gonna get the Dans in first before I get my cheese and let everybody know what's going on. And Aeon, Branson pickles are pickle, but I think we'll bust that one out tomorrow, you know. Okay, yep, coming through live. Okay, let's get our Dans together. Put your Dans together. I'm gonna make this a special event because it feels like one. You know what? No, this is a talk show. We talking. Okay. No one Dan should have all that power. Okay. All right. It is top of the hour. Let's steal some Dans.
Probably.
I've stolen you both. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, I gotta crunk up my Floydo.
Oh, I'm so quiet. I'll see what I can do.
No, I got it.
Okay.
Hello to you both. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good. Just got out of work, so switching headspaces very rapidly.
I am doing quite well, and I'm gonna hit go on mine too because I hadn't hit that yet. So now the VOD will be like me mid-sentence saying a thing and already like out of context. It's great. I love it when that happens because I do not respect VOD watchers, and I'm glad that that's going to be like really early in this VOD. All like 7 of you. That's right. What are you doing? Be here on time for this thing that I forgot to actually
you can dance if you
post
want to.
about.
We
So
won't
let
leave
me
a Dan
also
behind.
do that.
Cause your friends are Dans, so many Dans, and they're all friends
You know
of mine.
what? I'm gonna go full screen to my cam so that I can actually like just tweet about this on my desktop. Well, skeet about it. I don't know.
I
still haven't got a word for it.
It's skeeting, right?
I'll take it.
I hear people say that. Yeah, I have been known to vocalize skeet from time to time.
What I heard was it was like people rallying against the term skeeting it when Blue Sky started taking off. And
yeah.
The fastest way to make something happen is to tell people not to do it.
Yeah.
So Dan Jones said he was coming in. He's online, but I haven't seen him streaming today, so I hope he's okay.
No, not Dan Flannery.
The Dan surplus is ongoing. Yeah, I see him online too.
Dan Floyd Game Audio? That's not you.
My Game Audio.
Dan Floyd Game Audio.bsky.social.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Another Dan Floyd has sprung up somewhere though. Now I gotta look him up.
It's gonna be like the Dave Gorman project. No, is it Dave Gorman? You just end up making friends with every other Dan Floyd on the planet.
I do feel only slightly bad. There is another, like the other most prominent Dan Floyd, if just in a Google search, is a pastor somewhere who I'm sure is like slightly cranky that I have that like domain name purchased. So
he had a chance and he blew it.
Yeah, too late.
Okay. But yeah, so if Dan Jones is joining us in a bit, then that is also feckin' rad.
Oh, and what's the? Are you already up? Are you already live? You're live, right?
Yeah,
Okay, good. So what's the? I never remember this. What's the command for the hybrid, the merging, the fusion dance, the Full Metal Alchemist child treatment plan?
So I will ask very kindly the Indomitable Caffeine to create us a multi-link. And while that's going, I will invite you to stream along with me. Because I can do the invite guest.
Great video, Chop. Also super appreciate your shots in Glenrose for the Mantrax video. I camped Dinosaur Valley State Park a lot growing up. I loved Dinosaur Valley State Park. It was so nice. I really wish that I had been able to go like in October or maybe March instead of like early September. It turned out early September was still way too hot. Mid-September? I guess we were there on the 20th. That's mid-September. That's not early September. But yeah, no, Dinosaur, and it was great. It was very nice, and they treated us great. They were super stoked to have us out there, and were really, really helpful.
That's fucking cool. If I suddenly stumble upon a bag of money, I'm taking you all to the Dinosaur and Pineapple Museum in Okinawa, where we will see dinosaurs and pineapples.
Hell yes. You know what? Maybe that's that. No, that's I think I. Okay, so I finally I took a long delayed trip to Japan last year. I was supposed to go in 2020. That didn't happen.
Yeah.
And so I finally went last year, and we went down to I'm just completely spacing on names. We went down to Kochi as one of the sort of the main points. We wanted to get a little off the beaten track and do a little bit of movie tourism. And the movie tourism and the possibility of like making a video that I made that's available on my Patreon about the movie Belle. The movie sort of like it was so captivating in its landscapes and its details that I was like, where is that? Like I got to know what that's based on. And it turned out it was like not just based on, but like basically photo reference set around Kochi. And it was so just like, so I'm like, so I look it up, and of course, like Visit Kochi, they've got all the stuff like, hey, we're where Belle was, blah 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 blah. And I'm like, this place looks amazing. You know, I'm in Alberta. We've got the Badlands. We've got the Rocky Mountains. We've got Lake Minnewanka. Like, I am no stranger to like jaw-dropping, nature. And I was just like, this is like no place I've ever seen before. I gotta go. So we rerouted down there, and I was just like, we spent I think 3 full days. So like, 3 days, 4 nights because we arrived like really late one night and whatever. And I was just like, I could have spent the entire 2 weeks here. The area was just amazing. So I'm like, it's like, okay, if I go back to Japan anytime soon, do I just spend like the entire time on Shikoku and like rent a car so I can go like camping on Shikoku, or do I do like a Japan dinosaur tour? Because there's got like a lot of fossils and stuff in Japan too. So the Dinosaur and Pineapple Museum in Okinawa is don't you dare threaten me with an amazing time.
I found it when I was doing like an ARG and we had to look at soil pollution in the general Okinawa region, and I'm like, there's no way there is a dinosaur and pineapple museum in this real. No, there it is. And the full complement is here.
Yay!
Hello.
Hello.
Now it's a
Hello.
party.
I am having a cheat day and I am having a second caffeinated beverage today.
Whoa.
Ooh.
I'm about to have my first caffeinated beverage.
I've got extremely fancy soda and extremely affordable tasty cheese ready to go.
Do we have that link? Do we have a merge link?
So I've sent you a merged chat request, and Caffeine, do you have us? DJ, are you streaming your side?
Right.
No, I was gonna stream earlier today and then raid in, but your boy was sleepy.
Dan wins.
You're allowed. Look. Okay, so while we're just getting all the Fafamancy together and posting everything, so a million years ago, Floydo played Hollow Knight, and then after finishing Hollow Knight, we all went to the pub and we had a chat about it, and it was still one of the best conversations about it I had. And I wanted to do that with Silksong, and then finding out, Mr. the Dan Olson, that you've also not just played it but lived Silksong.
Yeah.
I was like, no, we got to get everybody together. So I'm just happy to hang out with you all, chat Silksong, and get into the spoilers. Let's go.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So yeah, Caffeine now has a link for us both.
And now I just need to remember where these... okay, notifications. There's the collab link.
There we go.
Click that.
Okay, and
and then it goes through to OBS. Shared chat started, and now I close the web tab and never open it again until the next time we do this.
exactly. As it
I
should
never
be.
feel more like a YouTuber than when I'm trying to use basic functionality on Twitch.
Oh, sorry.
Popularity that I was actually
It'll
on
be just a
top
second,
of like
friends.
the Twitch stuff. Oh, I should move her. I should move my new Hornet. Hello, Puffed. Puffed can Puffed can move over from my now second favorite game, Oxygen Not Included.
Ooh.
Silksong has dethroned it.
How long was Oxygen not included at the top?
Since probably 2020. When did I actually? Okay, I think it was during the pandemic. Like it was like early 2020, right around the time that they went 1.0. That I was like, it's like you know, I'd had it since the beginning of early access, but I was like, you know what? I had bounced off it pretty hard because it was real hard in the early versions of EA.
Yeah.
And also for a really long time, they had a bug where if you didn't have an NVIDIA graphics card, dupes wouldn't render.
Oh.
So it made it pretty hard to play the game.
Yeah.
So I was like, you know what? I should get back in. Like, I should give it a shot. I should at least see a colony through to the end game. And that would be a good streaming thing, like Dan forces himself to like learn a game, and I had just finished doing like a Dark Souls thing where I was like, Dan finally forces him to finish Dark Souls at all costs, right? So it's like cheat is, like look up everything, maps, guides, whatever, like whatever it takes to get through, like just do it. And that had been a lot of fun. So I was like, okay, what if I do the same thing with this colony sim? And it wound up being, and it got its hooks into me. And then it took about a year before I realized that like it was basically all I was playing.
Wow.
And then somewhere around the time that I crossed 1,000 hours, I was like, I think this might be my favorite game that isn't like World of Warcraft. And now I'm closing in on 5,000.
Gracious.
Oh,
wow.
And
That's a lot of time.
in 6 years.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's, and part of it is, there's the bit where it's like, okay, like every now and then I just sort of like forget that I've got it open in the background and leave it running all night. Right. So
Sure.
like a bunch of the hours are from that. But you can only do, like, unless you do that for weeks at a time, there's only so many times. Like once you're past 4,000 hours, oops, I left it on for 8 while I was sleeping. Doesn't really register.
Yeah, drop in the bucket at that point. Like you could cut that runtime in half and it would still be an astonishing amount of time to spend on one game.
Yeah. Yeah.
You see, the thing is, I've never gone that hard on one game I wasn't working on.
Right.
I'm so scatterbrained, leaping between one title and another. I think
all my Hornets.
Yay, all.
Rain World is the game I've spent the most time with.
Yeah, that makes sense. Would you say that Rain World is your favorite game, Will?
Favorite's a hard one because our medium changes and evolves and we find new things.
Sure.
Look, I'm not for the meme. Right now, Project Silverfish is my favorite game. But in terms of, God, over the years, Jet Set Radio probably changed my life more than any other game. And, but then again, Hollow Knight is the reason I'm even sitting here in front of you all. So I've got...
Right. I'm going to do something incredibly tacky. I'm going to wear my Beast Games jersey for the rest of this stream.
Yeah.
And I'm going to make a thing. If I die in game, I have to take a bite of Feastables.
Done.
Ooh, steaks.
So friends, we do have a multi-link. If you would like to see Dan Olson absolutely flex, you can. And also, like, before we get into the Silksongery, like, how's everyone feckin' been? Like, DJ, it's been a million years.
Yeah, I've been good. Busy.
I don't think I've known you to be chill.
Jones, have you so you were editing up a storm for at least a month straight, getting a lot of those like video edits done for the new channel. Have you allowed yourself a break, or are you still going?
I did. So I was gonna put 6 out in a row, and I finished 5 of them, and I was like, I think I need to take a break.
Yeah.
So I've been like working every day on the other one, which is my Tulip playthrough.
Yeah.
But I'm not crunching, so it'll come out when it comes out.
Good. Yeah.
And that's the
Pace
new
yourself.
channel, right?
Yeah.
All right. We've got milk, chocolate, caramel, and cookies and cream. I think milk chocolate, like that's the default brand of Feastables.
Exciting. Have they? So like I watched your video like yesterday. Have they updated the design of the bars to be breakable, to not shatter like glass, or is it still?
Yes, yeah, they've got breakpoints now.
Oh,
That was the whole thing with version 2, is that version 2 had breakpoints. Yeah,
Incredible.
it only took 2 iterations to get that revelation. It's so comical. It's just
Anyone here who hasn't watched Dan Olson's latest video on his sort of invite out to the set of the Beast games, it is a delightful ride. Highly recommend.
I've
Yeah,
only
so
seen like the start of it. At one point, I thought they invited you out to the Saudi Arabian Mr. Beast theme park, and I was
no,
like,
I almost went. I almost went, but the thing with with Beastland is that it was a temporary pop-up.
yeah,
And so by the time I was sort of in the thick of the production enough that I was like, do I need to like go out to Beastland for this video? It was only going to be open for like another 2 weeks or something like that. And I was like, it's like, okay, that means that I need to basically drop what I'm doing and plan a trip to Saudi Arabia without anything scripted for like why I'm going or even like a committed plan to use that footage.
One does not
Grandmother Silk is a
casually
little
pop
loud.
over.
I am going to turn her down.
One does not casually pop on over to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. I was like, it's like, you know what? Maybe I don't take a casual jaunt over to Saudi Arabia, just on like a whim, just on a hunch that I might use the footage, especially if it's like, you know, if all it's going to amount to is basically a selfie of me in front of the thing. I was just like, it's like, you know, we can. If Beastland is going to feature in this video in any meaningful degree, I can just do that off of other people's like trip videos, because there's plenty of those, and the problems with it are the problems with the pop-up were so self-evident that even the like crazy like hype beast promo videos like couldn't escape letting them leak through. So yeah.
Oh,
But it
for those
was
of you who
not a
didn't
good
see it,
experience.
the pop-up basically amounted to a kind of like concrete, I don't know, a concrete jungle gym with some banners loosely thrown over the sides. It was weird.
They had 2 roller coasters, both of which were like salvaged from other closed theme parks around Saudi Arabia. They had well, actually, they had 3 things that you would actually this was it. They had 3 roller coasters, one of which was a wild mouse, one of which was a like dragon. So those are both. So the dragon, literally a child's roller coaster. The wild mouse, you know, there are people who are like intense fans of wild mouse coasters, but a lot of people hate them because they're so jerky, and also they are like the defining traveling carnival roller coaster because they're so condensed, they pack up easy. And then they had one like actual like steel coaster that had been moved from another location in Saudi Arabia, and then a bunch of other basically just like carnival rides. And then the beast specific stuff were all incredibly low throughput games that could have like 1 to 6 participants at a time, and took like a minute to reset because they involved complicated props.
Oof.
Oh yeah, no, it was a glorious disaster to watch from the sidelines, let me tell you. Trying to see if I can find some actual pictures, not just promo ones. God darn it.
Did anyone think of Markiplier? Did anyone think of Iron Lung as a point of compare? Iron Lung is, I was real tempted to put in like to just make the video even. It's like, you know, screw it. This is gonna be 4 hours. We're gonna go through everything. We're gonna go through the employee abuse. We're gonna go through the every scandal. We're gonna compare them to like the other output of YouTubers in a similar that are in a similar range of cultural cachet, right? So like if you think big YouTubers, even though like Markiplier and Jacksepticeye have like are functionally like tiny YouTubers by comparison, they're gonna jump to mind. And you ask random people on the street like, hey, name 3 YouTubers, good.
The
Odds
first thing
are
they're gonna say
good.
is like, why are you asking me about YouTubers on the street? We've never spoken.
Yeah. So like after that, it's gonna be like, it's gonna be Mr. Beast, PewDiePie, Markiplier, Jacksepticeye. And then like, or maybe some of the like famous like kids YouTubers. What was the Tyler reviews or whatever. They have Vlog Brothers, like those people all have the same cachet in the culture as Jimmy, despite Jimmy having in many cases literally like 100 times as many subscribers.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Before we go too wildly off topic, I just want to make sure we're yelling out everybody's cool stuff. Just because Floydo also finished a nearly hour-long video of every animation in video games in 25.
It's a timely release of my best of 2025 in April.
That is a good time to do it. That's like Todd in the Shadows would agree with you doing it in April. He'd say it's like, you know what, we should give the year a little bit of time to settle before we unequivocally decide what was best about it.
I think it does help. It's like not least of which because like 50 games still come out in the last week of December of the year anyway. So and sometimes a few of them are actually worth mentioning in the video. So like there's no way I'm getting these things out before New Year regardless. They have been drifting later and later though.
Yeah, never let them know your next move. We've got Dan Jones's new channel, Dan Olson dropping the Mr. Beast video this morning, which is... I saw the exhaustion on your face in the opening shot, and I know that so acutely.
Oh, man. The real problem, I mean, the exhaustion in the opening shot is a big thing with that is like most people with my personality profile, I'm more of a night owl, right? Like I'm a go to bed at midnight, kind of get to sleep by 1:30 kind of person. So needing to be up at
that is night
4 in the morning.
Dan, how do you feel about these accusations?
So needing to be up at 4 in the morning for a flight is real hard, and it gets real tempting to be like, it's like, well, what if I just stay up? And that is a mistake, because you're gonna get like really tired and really bored by like 3, and it's like, well, I'll just lay down for an hour. No, you won't.
No, you won't.
No.
Anyway, I interrupted the shout outs for that.
No, okay. The goal of tonight is twofold. One, I miss getting to hang out with all of you in the real. 2, I have not gotten to really get into the paint about Silksong, and I would like to do that. If we end up talking about everything and nothing in between, that's just a good pub conversation. And just for those of you who've just joined us, if you're over on my side, there is a multi-link because Dan Olson's doing Silksong flexes over on his side.
Yeah, so I'm going to be finishing my Reaper only run that I started ages ago. So I just need to do Lost Lace. We're basically done, and then I'm going to start over on a new casual speed run. Like I'm going to take the speed run route, but I'm not going to take it like dead seriously.
It's the first time I've heard casual speed run.
So I have a route that I did, and I did a whole I have a whole
speed
Steam guide for a speed running route for the achievement speedrunner, for the speedrunner achievement. It's called Speedrunner for Normies. So if you think if you beat Silksong, but it took you like 100 hours to get through it, and you're like, there's no way I could beat this. There's no way I could finish this game in 5. If you're in like that category, I have a route that I promise you, with just a little bit of practice, you can get the speedrunner achievement. And then once you get speedrunner, speed completionist, dirt easy.
Wow. Okay, so what playthrough is everybody on? How many times have we each been through this game?
Lost count. 15, 16. How do you where like what are we counting as a run? So like the number of times that I've run just to GMS on a speed run and then started over, I don't know, 8, 9, 10, 100% completion. There's my original game. There's this one. There's my Steel Soul. There's at least 2 more 100% runs just that because I finished speed runs and was like, I'm just gonna keep going. So I don't know. I'm somewhere between 15 and 20.
Dang. Jones, what about you? At least 2, yeah?
I think I'm like 4 or 5, but
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
not 15.
Yet. I'm still just at the 1 and like a half. Just 100% and then just a half just playing through casually for fun because darn, it feels good moving around in this game.
Right. So I guess that makes me the baby of the squad. I did a full run, technically 99% because I missed one of the charms or what have you. No, sorry, I missed a mask shard in Act 1 somewhere, but I have done everything.
Oh, that's easy to fix. That's easy to repair. Yeah, you can just go get that.
But you know, I defeated the Festival of Fleas until the new guy showed up, and then I went, absolutely not. You can have your records.
That is the one thing. That is the one thing that I have yet to do is I haven't beaten I haven't finished that charm because I can't beast bounce that. Or no, not Beast Bounce. I can't. Wait, no, sorry. Beast Bounce is the code name of my video segment. I can't flea dodge that long.
And yeah, I found out. As I'm sure we all know that like Seth was a tribute to somebody who passed away before Silksong came out. So I'm like, you know what, you can have that. But
you want to know the real champion thing? You want to know the real champion thing about Seth?
Huh.
So his last Reddit post. So he has this, it's this super sad story, but his last Reddit post is commenting on like somebody Silk posted something and he's just like, this makes me come.
that was a fun word.
Those are his final digital words.
That's how I want to go.
Sadly, I already know what my last words are going to be, and it's look at his little face shortly before I'm mauled to death by something. Okay, we don't have an order of conversation here, so I'm going to start from the middle. The Flea Circus reveal is one of the biggest bait and switches in games.
Yeah.
And no one talks about it. Because you played Hollow Knight, you know what happens if you get all the fucking grubs,
Yeah.
Flex's grub tattoo. And so there is the leader of the Flea troop. You've been working your ass off to bring them all together. You've been busting ass to get them to their little promised land. He's like, well, these are the end times. So you know what that means. And you're like, oh, you're going to sacrifice everybody in a dark ritual or something.
Well, and they've got a big like bundle in the background.
Yeah, that looks just like Fat Grubfather. And then he turns around and goes, buddy!
So wonderful.
Yeah.
So good. Yeah, and there's so many pieces like that. Also, and this is again apropos of nothing, the BAFTA awards were today, and Silksong got snubbed completely.
Yeah.
And I'm really salty about that. I'm not gonna lie. I don't usually get in on award ceremony conversations, but I'm mad. So, God,
That's surprising not seeing a nomination of any sort.
Well, it got nominations. It just didn't win.
Just didn't get any wins. Okay.
Yeah.
That I will accept.
But anyway, because one of the things that I keep coming back to, hang on, I'm actually going to change my soundtrack for this. Sorry, lo-fi Sonic jams. We're going to Hollow Knight tunes.
No.
The diegetic music as you head up to the Citadel might be one of the most beautiful moments in games.
It's so lovely. Yeah, the Citadel reveal and first like arrival. I love that the place doesn't wake up and start actually attacking you for a while. That you have some moments just running around in a quiet, empty place is really lovely.
And the moment you realize that it is actually the song of the Citadel, you know, it's not just a tune playing in the background, like, holy crud.
Well, my favorite detail about that actually is that then in Act 3, when everything is dead, it's the song plays, like the instrumentation plays, but the choral accompaniment is gone.
I hadn't even noticed. That's
shit.
lovely. This game, man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm saying the obvious stuff loudly first. I really respect that it is a true sequel in the sense of, like, it knows you played Hollow Knight, and it uses that both to compliment you as well as to fuck with you, and I think that's beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely. I was astonished that it took until incredibly late game to see a single repeat, like a single Hollow Knight enemy show up.
Yeah.
Just no ground retread whatsoever in a like literal way.
I think like the first like I don't remember which one it is. When you get one of the silk hearts and you see the like sign that points to the elevator from Hollow Knight in one of Hornet's memories.
Yeah, the red.
And I was like, oh, like it's like it means nothing to people who don't play Hollow Knight, but you're like, that means so much. Like just seeing that little piece of geometry.
Yeah, like, not to lead the conversation around too hard, but the Hornet's memories of training under the Wasps and me, like, blinking back to as the little Bug Knight shredding those poor Hornets like they were nothing. I'm like, am I the baddie?
The amount of restraint they showed in holding back from almost anything familiar that was not Hornet herself until, like, Act 3, and then just a few specific precise drops, and that, like, Hornet's memories being like the biggest section of it. Like, I both love that in just not in that it does not feel pandering to fandom, but also in the way that it is so much more of the familiarity hits so much harder for being withheld for so long and and no longer being expected by that point, dozens of hours in.
Oh no, like I was it hit like a brick with little baby Hornet talking to her mum, and her mum, who we know isn't going to be there. Like, and you know, the White Queen leaving messages. And
the saddest detail about Hera is that Hera has, despite the timeline, Hera is shown only with her like hazy distorted vision of her dreamer mask, not her actual face, because Hornet no longer remembers what she looked like.
Yeah,
such a good detail.
And because people were saying, like, you know, the daughter of three queens. I mean, the theme on this one, I know this is very overarching, but like, Hollow Knight is about, you know, the patriarch, you know, the king who was prepared to do anything to save his people and ultimately didn't work, but it kind of did. Even though if he did accidentally create the tiniest adorable eldritch abomination of all time. Hornet is the daughter of three mothers, and that theme of matriarchy kind of comes through it. Like, poor Lace is the helicopter daughter, you know. Lace wasn't made from love. Lace wasn't made for, you know, any kind of care. More, I don't know. I see like an obsession with like progeny, but maybe I'm just getting too deep into the weeds too quickly here. Sorry.
That's okay.
So you'll have drunk with me before. You know what it's like.
Oh yeah.
You know.
Tangentially related, I did look up to see, like, wait, does the mod exist yet that lets me play as Baby Hornet? And it does.
Of course.
Yes. Okay, there we go. That took a while. Reaper Crest, too slow.
Also, I will hear no cogfly slander in this house. I kept the cogflies with me as soon as I got them.
Cogflies.
even if I didn't need them. They're my little friends.
Yeah. Yeah,
They're lovely.
cod flies and pale nails just cinched that win for me. I was starting to throw it.
They're so good. Okay, so like I didn't expect Silksong to be like, I think it is a better game than Hollow Knight in just about every way, which I didn't expect at all. But I also like very few of these bosses feel like duds or like imbalanced, like off in their balance in any sort of way. Like none of them feel cheap, which is hard to do already. And significantly harder, significantly harder when your player character has loadouts. Like if in base game Hollow Knight, we have different charms, but it is not going to radically change your capabilities as the knight and the way you fight. It's like the difference between designing a Sekiro boss and an Elden Ring boss. Like a player in Elden Ring could show up with God knows what weird loadout that might like trivialize that boss fight or make it darn near impossible. And so you have to design those boss fights in a way that like, this is going to be an interesting challenge for everybody. Some builds will be able to beat this a little more easily than others, but anybody probably could beat this. And that's quite hard to do. Like, I am astonished that these boss fights feel as challenging and hard as they are, but also fair. And also like, I've got room for creativity and what loadout I come in with to fight these things. Like that feels design wise like doubling the challenge of making a satisfying challenge, like difficult Hollow Knight boss fight. And they like just knocked it out of the park over and over and over.
Yeah. So I played Hollow Knight a little over a year ago for the first time, and I enjoyed it. I had a good time. I had some quibbles, but overall I was very much, because I played it in the context of like, let's see what the Silksong hype is about. And so I played, like, I had a good time, but I was mostly like, the main impression I came away with was like, I see why people would be excited about this. Like, this seems like a thing. This definitely, like, the fandom around this makes sense to me. Like, this is a thing I could see people getting rightly very passionate about and justifiably very passionate about. And, but like, I wasn't like enthralled by it by any means. And I didn't beat, Radiance on that playthrough. I got to her. I tried her a bunch of times. I was just like, this is not a finished fight. This is not a finished fight. It isn't very, I don't know. This fight isn't very good for the secret end boss. Like, I thought the Hollow Knight like fight itself and like learning it initially, it's like that was a ton of fun. And so like so Radiance was a little disappointing to me that she's basically just like a flying PNG. And I just kind of put it down. And
let's call Final Radiance by their full name, which is that fucking asshole.
so I put it down. And then of course, like I did the Silk posting panel at PAX East a year ago, and that blew up. And so when Silksong was coming out, you know, the fact that it was like finally announced right around PAX West, and I was gonna like debut the Call of Duty video, which means that like I would be going home in the immediate sort of aftermath of like, I've released a video, I've got some free time. I was like, okay, this feels like fate, right? Like, I should stream Silk like that. What am I doing the week after the video comes out? I guess I'm streaming Silksong. And it got its hook, as we already covered, it got its hooks into me just so deep. So deep. I liked Hollow Knight. I am a fan. I am a capital F fan of Silksong. But so after I had beaten it a couple times, I was like, you know what? Let's go finish sort of the last outstanding things from Hollow Knight. And so I fired it up, and, you know, I needed to use a guide to go through stuff, but like, started the, excuse me. I had COVID 2 weeks ago, and I still have a lingering cough.
Oh no.
Oh shit.
So I like did like a Grim Troop, and I was like, let's finally beat Radiance. So I did finally beat Radiance, and I did Grim Troop, and then, you know, Nightmare King. And I thought like Nightmare King to me is fascinating, because Nightmare King is very visibly a prototype Silksong boss.
Yeah.
but a little bit of emphasis on prototype.
Well, that's
Because the
what's-
fascinating thing about Nightmare King is that Nightmare King basically starts at 110%, but then just stays there.
Yeah,
Mm.
that's one of the things-
Once you've got his core rotation on lock, it's just like, okay, now just do that.
Yeah.
I was hoping we were going to talk about Nightmare King Grim. God, I can't even speak. Because that's what's so fascinating about this is, you know, as you all well know, Silksong was going to be the last DLC. I still remember the day in the fucking calendar when we were going to stream it. And you can see that evolution that they have learned and grown. Like, I'm so glad they turned it into a full title. Because, like, the things they learned from Nightmare King Grim, they only then implemented towards those late game bosses, and they worked out how beautifully to ramp it up. It's like, as I've often said, sorry, I keep dragging DJ into. I'm not good at games. I'm stubborn. If you want to see someone who's good at games, I watch Dan Jones. That's what I do. Sorry to talk about you while you're in the room, mate.
I mean, I'm just sitting here.
And one of the things that's often very pronounced in a post-Soulsian world is the I hope you enjoyed the first form. The first form was nothing. Now the real fight starts. It doesn't feel like a slow, gentle ramp, but like you enjoyed easy mode for babies? Flick switch. Now everything's twice as fast and does poison, and also there's a horse now, I guess. But with this, the ramping of difficulty on the bosses was so beautifully done. You know, I handled Lace without even breaking a sweat first time she shows up, and then by the end of it, she has a fighting style which worked perfectly against me.
God, I was stuck on Lost Lace for 12 and a half hours.
Whew. Yeah. It's a long time. I was stuck for many hours as well.
Yeah.
Yo,
It's a hard fight.
Someone mentioned the Clockwork Dancers Part 3. That broke my little heart. That broke me. But that was.
I feel like we should do a favorite boss, like go around in a circle of favorite bosses here, like, because there's a lot to pick from. Like, I do feel like for me, Cogwork Dancers, like, in terms of like vibe and like emotional punch, that is my favorite. And I feel like I also have to just give an acknowledgement to Trobio as a like fellow
Trobio's
drama
so
major.
good.
I hate Trobio.
I don't like to fight him. I just love his fight. Like, I love him. Actually fighting him, I could take or leave.
No, I love the Trobio fight. I love both forms of it. I had a ton of fun streaming that. Favorite boss, Lost Lace.
Yeah.
I mean,
like the Lace
it's also
fights are
the
my
boss
favorite too.
I've done the most because she's the easiest to repeat. Because she's the only boss in the game that you can just like reload and fight again. And like, so like I beat her. It took, like I said, it took me 12 and a half hours. Also, my camera. My camera was running. My camera was running off of battery. Because I'm looking down and it is unplugged, so it just powered off. So I'm gonna go put that in the socket.
You said it. Now I consider Trobio's. I consider the first one to kind of be a warm up, but the fact that when you defeat him the first time, he does this incredibly dramatic death maneuver.
Yeah.
And then if you sneak back in, you can see him look up to see if you're around, and then pretend to be dead. And
It's
then
so good.
I love
the
it so good.
second section. Oh god, I wanted to shout along with him. Like,
I love that irresponsible theater. Like, I love that the searchlights don't keep up with them perfectly. They're trying, but there's like they're lagging behind a little bit. Like, so many little details in that fight are just so funny and so just wonderful subtleties.
And you know, the fact that there doesn't feel like there's any bullshit abilities. There are some bullshit fights because they catch you off guard, but you know, everything fits together so wonderfully thematically. Some of the going back in time fights, because it's Scarsinger is the Ant Queen, right?
Yeah.
That one was incredible.
It's so cool.
I am on the record of being less hype about Scarsinger than a lot of other people, but I respect the fight, and I am learning to love it.
That was probably the fight I struggled with most through the game.
I was my first playthrough. I was stuck in Act 3 for a really long time. A large part of that is my own fault, in that I was like, I had become so obsessed with the game that I was just kind of playing it almost compulsively, and thus burning myself out.
Yeah. There was a lot of times throughout Silksong where, because I was only playing it 1 day a week, helped me not burn, but there were a bunch of times where I just had to kind of... There were loads of bosses I had to get out of my own head and just soak in it to be able to handle it. I don't know if
There's something about Scarsinger that's hard to, like, that some of her moves are just hard for me to internalize the anticipation and like what attack is fought, like what pose is about to lead to what move. I don't know why, but for some reason there's a couple of hers that just it reacts the exactly wrong way every time.
I almost died to Moss Mother. As I was talking, I was talking, and so I took an extra hit, and I was like, oh crap, okay, I should bind, and so I bound, and right as she started to do her dash and ate my bind, I'm like, crap, I don't have injection band. My bind is twice as long as I'm used to it being. The hazards of starting a new run is like, okay, you don't have dash, you don't have claw line, you don't have ejector band, you don't have any masks, you don't have dash, you don't have cloak, you don't even have poopy dress.
Useless.
Yeah.
So I don't want to do least favorite boss, because I always find that ends up just making people mad.
I mean, I know what mine is. Because it's the Unraveled.
Which one's the Unraveled again?
Oh yeah,
bonus boss in White Ward.
I found them way late, so I was a little overpowered for them. I've not tried actually fighting them when I first encountered them.
First playthrough, I know mine.
Oh yeah,
Grohl the goat or the great, the swamp guy.
Yeah, he's rough.
Guy.
Grohl's rough, but I respect Grohl as the gatekeeper of Act 3.
I also didn't find the bench my first playthrough there. So
that will
I think that added to it.
Keen addition to the challenge there.
That run up was rough. Yeah.
If we're talking about things that caused us to scream expletives at the sky, the ambush benches in Silksong are so brilliant. I can't hate them for having them, but the one where you have to climb up the huge shaft, and it's those bugs that puke acid left and right, and you're bouncing off them, and you also have to bounce off the spikes, but you're kind of hanging on the side. I clawed my way up that fucking place, finally got to the bench, and it was like, got me.
Every single mean trick bench, trap bench, everything, like I adore. I just laughing every time. I would stop doing stuff if they kept doing it too much. But just as an occasional little like, all right, we work really hard to be fair here. We're gonna be a little mean here, just as a treat to ourselves for a joke.
Yeah, the fact that there are only 2 trap benches is an appropriate amount of restraint.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Who was your favorite one, Jones? Did you get your favorite one in?
I mean, like, cogwork dancers are just like it's hard to beat them, but the fight's very simple. I think the first time that I was like, I think when I was playing through the game, and the first time I was like, oh, we got a video game here, was the First Sinner.
Yeah, I love
First Sinner. So good.
They're so quick. They're so creepy. Like, the setup for them is great. And I was like, okay, I'm in it. Like, and then I think that was like one of my final things going into Act 3. So it was like, the run starts there, it feels like.
I love First Sinner so much.
I kind of wish I was playing this on PC, because then I could install the God Home mod where it's like just like, okay, just do the bosses, and then maybe I'd be doing that instead of starting another speed run. It's like, all right, I'm just gonna do bosses. I'm just gonna we'll just hop in. But I was really hoping we would have Sea of Sorrows by now.
Yeah, I'm feeling
dream.
eager for that as well. Also, just eager, for a Pantheon God Home equivalent to show up eventually too. Just because, some boss practice would be nice.
I'm ready for more. Though, look, I don't think anyone else is asking for it. I'm still hoping that this is a trilogy and that the third one is Zote the Mighty. And yes, I know his name is spelled Zote, but I feel he would always pronounce it Zote.
Yeah.
That's the trilogy.
With the agu on. He spells it with the accent aigu.
Oh, absolutely. Just because, like, the Bug Knight, I will always call him the Bug Knight. The Bug Knight is an eldritch abomination who saves the day, and that is a lovely story. You know, the fact that because Hollow Knight came at just the right time, kickstarted game and all that, like, it just made sense that you were playing as a silent protagonist. Just kidding. No, it can't speak. It is the void compressed. It is beyond comprehension. And in the arc of Hollow Knight, you become the true destroyer, except for you use your powers for good. When you see him in the void with that army of, like, abyssal void ghosts behind him, and you're like, oh, you're the scariest thing in this fucking world. Holy shit. And then, Hornet's arc is very much kind of like, I would personally say that she comes to terms with the different aspects of her upbringing, and she goes from just being
I will always remain a daughter of Hallownest.
Yeah.
She goes from being just the pure hunter to understanding all those different aspects. And so I think as a trilogy capping out, Zote would be great because he is all ego, and it would be great for him to go through an arc to actually become someone of note, to actually become the guy he thinks he is, to actually do good.
I'd be game for that. I actually do, like, it took getting used to start, not in a bad way, but just like having a protagonist who can actually hold a conversation with NPCs that you encounter. But I love that for Silksong's story, because I think it, like, narratively, Silksong really benefits from that. But it also, I love that it creates contrast with the original Bug Knight and the original Hollow Knight playthrough, to where, like, I knew consciously that, like, okay, like, the Bug Knight can't speak, little void creature, just like a weird little shadow ghost thing walking around. But I've also played a lot of video games with silent protagonists who aren't literally that, so it does not, like, that's not a thing that I feel when I play most of these games. Now that I have played through a sequel with a speaking protagonist, going back to this stone silent little ghost thing wandering around, you do actually, like, feel the tangible difference there much more strongly, and I do love that.
Yeah.
I fell.
And it also, because I did a little bit of a replay of Hollow Knight last week, and it also means the introduction is so much weirder, because the people of Hallownest who've actually managed to keep their minds, they kind of talk at you. They're still all in their own little worlds. Like the old guy who tells you about that, you're just this little creature. You just show up and look at him, and he's like, man, this has seen better days. Like, now I start thinking, like, wait, would he just have been saying that to himself if I wasn't there?
I don't think he'd be saying it to himself, but he's definitely using your presence as an excuse to vocalize his internals.
Yeah. Cornifer's obsessed with his maps. Cornifer's wife is very neglected.
Vampanada.
Yeah.
It's so interesting, because then you are running around as Hornet, and her discussions and her determinations are so fascinating.
Yeah. A thing that I found particularly fascinating, like commendable, is that Ari and William went from, writing a silent protagonist and kind of lamp shading silent protagonist, to a fully like opinionated main character. And the writing in Silksong is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Like, it's not just this, like, oh, Hornet has opinions and she's got lines and she talks back to people. It's that the actual, like, writing of Hornet is just so good.
Yeah. And that's not easy to do because Hornet is a very pronounced character in the first game. And, we were all expecting some kind of Samus level fall over and lose items at the beginning, but I don't know, the reacquisition of her abilities and I don't want to say humility that comes from it, but I don't know. There's something I'm trying to grasp at. I can't quite, she is reduced so much in strength at the beginning, and that gives her a newfound appreciation, especially for the pilgrims who are going on these impossible tasks.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that her perspective is not just shaped by who she is, but it is shaped by the story that she experienced as well, like that we experienced in Hollow Knight. She also experienced from a different perspective, but that experience has very much shaped how she sees what she is encountering now. And she had, because she had a different perspective than we did, like, we saw the same events. She had a slightly different angle on it, and I love getting that very slight desync between player and Hornet, just like we're nearly parallel lines, like 1 degree off, that she's just got a slightly different angle on it, and like getting to know her better through her perspective and lens on the events of Hollow Knight that we all saw, like, is a really cool way to go about it.
One of her best lines in the game, what is it? I have stood the guardian of one dying kingdom. I will not do it again.
Yeah.
Because,
and there's so many little sneaky bits of characterization in the journal as well.
Yeah.
Here and there.
Yeah.
Her love of fluffy things.
Yeah. Her love of fluffy things. Like the little throwaway line that suggests, like, oh yeah, she's had lots of mates before. She outlives them all. She outlives them all because she's a demigod. Right. I hadn't really thought about that.
Yeah.
Like there's just lots of history about her that she keeps to herself.
The one that kind of had me like lying in the bath staring at the ceiling is when you meet the mask maker. Like that. And then because the thing is, time is such a hard thing to gauge, as everyone was saying, like Hallow Nest is a dead place. When you show up in your little Bug Knight self, Hallow Nest is gone. Sure, there are people walking around, but their minds are toast. The handful of people that still have anything resembling sanity are also themselves like stuck in their own loops so much. Whereas, the Citadel is a living place. And it makes it very, very hard to judge time. But like Hallow Nest was dead for a long time before the Bug Knight rode back into town, essentially. And I hadn't even considered how long that time must have been. And then from the ending, oh shit. Hornet was there as a member of the Guard as the dynasty fell, as the king died, as it all came to a close.
Yeah. I love the world expanding with that, with coming to Farloom and leaving Hollow Nest, which when you first play Hollow Knight describes itself as sort of like, this is, you get the impression in just playing Hollow Knight that Hollow Nest is a special place, that no other place, like bug place in the world, is like this, that this is a kingdom where, for whatever reason, there are higher beings and bugs have intelligence and can build kingdoms like this. And you get this sense from Hollow Nest's own text about itself that this is a unique and special thing. Yeah. And then now, and we go to Farloom, it's like, oh no, this happens all the time. Right, Hollow Nest is just doing the we're the greatest country on earth nonsense.
Yeah. Whereas, obviously the Dark Souls Bloodborne parallels are also very much there. The King of Farloom wasn't a bad guy, he just did increasingly worse and worse things to try and like help everybody. And ultimately, he did save the day, but just not in the way he planned. Whereas the Citadel exists for one being and one being only, and everyone who is a part of the Citadel is in service of that. You know, the bit where you find when the Weavers realize that they too are slaves just as much as the people working in the mines. Like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, I'm sure you've all talked about this like a million times, but you know, if
I could talk about it a million more.
Yep.
if Hollow Knight is a Dark Souls 2D game, then Silksong is Bloodborne. From the experiments to the characterization and the better focus on not the idea of gods and empires, but people.
I like that. I'd gone direct to like Elden Ring comparisons for its size and openness. Is once you get to Act 2 especially, where it just really is much more like you can kind of tackle most of the stuff in any direction you want to. But I feel like the Bloodborne comparison's more actually like spiritually correct.
A thing I find really interesting, actually, just speaking about like the world, I do. This is not a criticism, but just sort of a general observation about the game design. Is that Silksong is simultaneously it gives you a lot of freedom to tackle a bunch of things in various orders, but it is ultimately pretty linear. Like it's a lot more like string of pearls
Yeah.
compared to the very like Dark Souls 1 nature of Hollow Knight, which, you know, you can take once you know the map, you can take some truly bizarre paths through I just forgot the name of the kingdom.
Hallownest, yeah.
Through Hallownest. You could take some like true like so I started a fresh run you know a while back where I was, you know, it's like, hey, I'm jacked up on Silksong roids. I can do anything, so we're just gonna do all the bizarre stuff, you know, like I'm gonna fight the Malek before even getting the dash, you know, just purely because I know that that like vertical rows of spikes are basically elevators.
Yep.
And so like it's like, all right, I don't need wall grab, I don't need anything. I can just go up. And we can fight this boss like super early. And so I was doing all like this, you know, air quote sequence breaking stuff, and I wound up just basically like looping around the actual target, and like I approached the city from Kingdom's Edge.
Okay.
Ooh.
Because it's like you just sort of like cut through all of these other spaces, and you know, so like I do when people say this, like, okay, the world of Silksong feels different. Like they're not wrong. There is a little bit more of a linearity to it, in that regardless of which path, you know, kind of at the beginning, you have two paths that you can take to get into the Citadel. And then once you're into the Citadel, it's like your choice of which of three things you're going to go grab first. But ultimately, you're not going anywhere until you grab all three. And then Act 3 is like, you know, essentially the same. It's like, all right, there's three. You need three things. Here's four. One of them's kind of hidden. You know, but you're not. You know, there's only so far that you can get, so much that you can do until you accomplish that. And so it is a little more linear. It is a little more structured, but I don't think that that's a bad thing, especially because like my main criticism of Hollow Knight would be that like, and this is a very soft criticism. I want to stress that for anyone in chat's going to get worked up. Is a very soft criticism. It's just like you can feel the way that it was made. You can feel the fact that it like, and I think this is adorable about it, actually. I think it's very endearing that you can very much sense like, okay, this was a Kickstarter game that was made not being sure if it was actually going to get made.
Yeah.
And so you have this like core area in the crossroads that is like a demo. It's a proof of concept, and it is self-contained enough that if the Kickstarter fails, okay, we can put this on Steam for $5. It's a little, it's a little couple hour experience. People will enjoy it. We'll get some of our money back, and all's well ends well.
Yeah. It's easy
And
to forget that like Hollow Knight did not sell gangbusters from day one. Like it was a quote unquote slow burn.
it was reasonably successful. Especially by the standards, but like, yeah, its total success took of 15 million copies. Just what a insane number. Took years. And they were very happy. I pulled up all of these numbers during my like scripting research. So I've got them in a doc somewhere, but like they were very, very satisfied with something like 30,000 sales in their first month.
Yeah, I mean, okay, for an indie game,
which like was like legitimately like, yeah, for an indie game, it was like, wow, we are a huge success. 30,000 sales. Those are real numbers. We have made an adult living off of our video game. Good for us.
It's just what's been fascinating is that there's lots of those little design decisions they made early on, which were clearly inspired by FromSoft works. My other half Jess was playing Hollow Knight actually for the first time this week, and they got down to the old lightning. What is it? The bubbles and lightning area.
Oh, shoot! What's it called? That's gonna bother me.
Yeah.
In which game?
In Hollow
first
Knight.
one.
Fog Canyon?
Yes.
Thank you.
And you can get through Fog Canyon with no upgrades and that stuff, but if you don't know what you're going up against, it is a murder wall. Whereas, as you were saying, like Silksong, there's very two clear paths to the Citadel, and they've clearly learned from I guess watching folks and seeing it actually being played. One of the things that's been really hard is seeing sequels to series where the devs have not acknowledged their own creation and their own impact. I don't know. I'm scratching at Death Stranding 2 right now, and I got feelings. But I'm going off topic here.
It's fine. You're allowed to have feelings. We're supposed to have feelings.
Are we? God, that's not very British of me. But it's like,
yeah, no, I think it's very it's one of the things that I was saying repeatedly during my first like streaming playthrough of Silksong was like just over and over and over again was it's like, oh, this is a game that took 8 years to make.
Yeah.
You feel it at every step, like that. It's like, oh, this is why this game took 8 years. Positive, right. I've got dash. I need to use dash because I need to go get that flea up top.
Everybody has learned from Hollow Knight because Hollow Knight became such an industry touchstone, and they learned from themselves rather than sitting on laurels or being like, no one understands our brilliance.
That I think that's the amazing thing really is the humility of being like, it's like, you know what, maybe like we did this way in Hollow Knight because like we really we liked it, or like these elements were just sort of emergent from how we were designing the game, but maybe they didn't work out, and like maybe there is a level of guidance that players need in order to feel hooked, rather than just sort of like digging in their heels and going, because if you get into these conversations with people about Hollow Knight and it's again sort of these like quibbles about like its design and its sensibilities and whatnot, people will get really defensive because they like the game a lot. They're passionate about it, which is fair. It's a very good game. But there's sort of this, you end up with this attitude of like, well, no, every decision that they made was the correct decision. And even if it was the correct decision for Hollow Knight and contributes to like what makes Hollow Knight really compelling, that doesn't mean that it is like the best decision for all video games ever. And Hollow Knight is undeniably a slow burn at start. The first area, your first trip through the crossroads does not feel very meaningful. It's fun, but you're kind of just going forward on the vibes of like, this is a fun game to play. The buttons are rewarding to push. And it's a very, very common point of feedback. Like, this was one of mine, was that somewhere around, like, if you choose, air quote, wrong in your path through the game, it's really easy to end up like 15 hours into the game and just kind of have this moment of like, what am I doing? And why? Where you've lost track of like what your meta goals are and what they are, because they're so vague and they're so teased that it really, if you went the wrong direction, like if you went, God help you, if you were a new player and you decided that the first place you wanted to explore was Deep Nest.
Yeah.
Because it is going to be like, one, if you even get through it, like let's assume that you got the lantern, if you even get through it, you haven't triggered the other stuff. And so you're going to get to the far town, and there's not going to be anything there for you to interact with. Like, you'll get kidnapped, and then you'll get out of being kidnapped, and you'll just be in a giant empty room.
Sorry, I just.
And Hera will be up at the top, but she won't have an icon. There will be no interactions with her, and you'll just kind of go, okay, that's neat, and you will forget that she is there.
Sorry, I was chortling because there's one thing that happened throughout all of Silksong. It was screaming, "Oh great, it's Deep Nest but worse," multiple times. I think we got like 4 levels deep of Deep Nest but worse.
Right, in succession, what were the Deep Nest but worse locations?
Oh,
if you remember,
involving those, anything involving the rot water. Obviously, I was playing it slow on purpose, so I got the key in Silksong real early and went to like the not Deep Nest area, and I was like, oh shit, I've stumbled into early Deep Nest, assuming that is as bad as it was going to get.
Yeah.
I was wrong. I was so wrong.
I have completely forgotten what my target rosary count is for this quick grind. So I'm gonna YOLO it. I'm gonna take what I've currently got, pick up the stuff on the way back down to town, and hope that I didn't just bone myself. I mean, the worst case scenario is I need to back up and do a smidge of farming at a later point, but
a part of my brain has been churning on, like I think with every one of the FromSoft games as well, there's always some slight like system in there that I feel sort of like this mechanic doesn't fit as well or work as well in practice as it must have seemed on paper. Like maybe it's the blood vials in Bloodborne that you can run out of and have to go back and farm for. I've been trying to figure out how I feel about the shell shard system.
I hate them. I think it's awful.
I do kind of, like I do hate that you can reach a point, especially depending on your build and how much you are wanting to make use of the tools, which like the game really does incentivize, like you should be using those tools. They're really powerful, but that you can wind up in a spot where you are just needing to go back and do a bunch of grinding to like some fashion of grinding to get yourself gear to be able to make effective attempts at a hard boss again feel like something about that feels bad. And I don't know what the fix is. Like, I'm not a designer, I guess, but like, I don't know what the fix is, but that does feel like an imperfect system that I wonder if something in one of these DLC expansions might find a way, like engineer a fix for with some kind of addition.
There's a
Right. You're gonna get. I mean, well, okay. So there is sort of the late game solution to it, which comes so late that it effectively might as well not exist for this purpose. Is the craw nest?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I got the craw nest super late, so DJ, like you were saying.
So I think my I like the practice of it, of like, oh, go find these resources so you can go craft and stuff like that. The thing I don't like about it is like whenever you think of a solution, the game like penalizes you for trying that out. So like when you're first playing the game and you break all those craftable resources because you see it's like, oh, there's a shard there. If you're max shards, you just wasted those resources for your playthrough. Like that point of gathering is gone. And then eventually you get to a point where you're like, oh, you can buy shard bundles. There's a cap to shard bundles you can buy. So like eventually you're going to have to go back out and re-buy stuff if you like find yourself stuck in a grind on a boss or something like that. Like you can't just infinitely stock yourself up so you're good for the rest of the playthrough, which is like, why? Like that just feels bad. Like
And Het would say that this kind of comes under the concept of upgrades that give you more XP. Like, you're only penalized if you don't then do chores. I think that they were balanced well enough that you can't just spam them between benches, and that up against bosses, those bosses are already balanced, that if you just, if you run in there with the fucking railgun and all your flies and whatnot, because you can't rebuild them in the field.
Unless you're an architect.
Unless you're an architect, yeah.
Okay, yeah. But even then, like, architect is a late game crest.
Yeah. And it's a crest that, on the one hand, it is like probably the strongest of all, like, or arguably the strongest of all of the crests in the game, because tools are so powerful and you can have effectively infinite tools by being able to keep on making more of them. The counter to that, to like balance it, being, but you're going to have to spend hours farming in order to remain effective as this crest. Yes. Like feels kind of inelegant and bad. Like I don't know the fix for this, but it's a rough edge.
Yeah. I mean, I think the thing ultimately would just be, I don't think the balance would be completely screwed if they were just like recharge at bench.
Yeah. I agree.
I kind of agree. Yeah,
you would probably need to retune architects a little bit.
Yeah,
but that's kind of it.
Like architect maybe could, with the ability to create new tools on the fly, could effectively double their stock, but no further, or something like that. Yeah.
I guess how many rosaries I was off on my farm.
4.
2.
2. Oh,
sorry, I shouldn't have said guess because I've got your stream up on the side as well.
Oh. But I did pick up a frayed string, so I'm good.
I will say though, friends, I have missed 2 components of the Silksong Wine and Cheese Night, and that is the aforementioned cheese and beveragino. So I'm going to go get my little cheese platter.
Go get it.
I'll be back with you all in a second. Does anyone want anything from the kitchen? I've got fancy soda, many cheeses.
I'll take a fancy soda.
Yeah, fancy soda sounds nice.
Okay, I'll be back in just a second. I mean,
all right,
keep talking. Don't wait for me.
How did you both feel about?
I think the other trade for shards would be just double all shard limits and quintuple all shard drops.
Yeah, and yeah. Like, there's probably a lot of different ways to go about fixing it, and I will be astonished if one of the DLCs does not find some ways to, like, find some sort of solutions to engineer it in there. But sorry, Jones, what were you saying?
I was just gonna say, how did you both feel about the crest system? Because like by the time I got it, I wanted to try out of like experimentation the other crest, but I couldn't get myself to switch off the hunter because it was the only one you could upgrade. So I was like, I feel like I'm doing a disservice to myself if I don't just keep using the hunter crest.
Yeah.
I went through most of my original play on Wanderer for probably obvious reasons. And then, so I didn't find my love of Hunter Crest until later, actually, like when I started speed running, and like you kind of need to use Hunter out of just the necessity of not having the time to go pick up any of the other crests.
Yeah, Hunter. Like as I was playing, I tried to make a point of, all right, I'm gonna spend some time with all these, like, because I was being very thorough in the game. I was gonna spend a lot of time in it anyway, just to keep things fresh. And I like the system a lot. I'm excited by what more. Again, talking about DLC, like this system being in here increases the range of playstyles and builds considerably, and the fact that new DLC could bring new crests that introduce even more weird ways to more weird flavors of play and ways that the character can handle and control, I like a lot. Even though there are definitely some that I'm like, these are situational and these I will maybe never touch again, or unless I really feel like challenging myself. But I did quickly find that like I was sort of determined to stick with the Hunter Crest as much as I could for most of the first playthrough, because I was like, I know that my old Hollow Knight muscle memory is gonna, like, I'm going to want to fall back on my old pogo, and I'm not going to let myself do that. I'm going to learn to do this. And now, having done that, I'm like, I love this. Actually, I love the diagonal pogo a ton.
Yeah.
It's hard to shift off the hunter now because I just like it so much.
It does eventually get hard to leave it. You learn to love the diagonal pogo, and the fact that the focus damage rips is, good too.
Yeah, I've heard that if you can, for those of you who can not get hit, I've heard that extra damage is great.
Oh, it's so nice. It sounds so awesome. Nice.
Yeah, I'm back with cheese. I'll be honest with you. I lived on Reaper. I got Reaper.
Yeah.
I fell into its rhythmic patterns, and I was like, yes, we are best friends. You can live at my house now. And the other crests look cool and awesome, but I clicked with its movement style so well.
There's some people who are offended that I was like, all right, Reaper Crest Reaper Crest exclusive playthrough, and clearly saying that in the context of all right, time to intentionally hobble myself.
Time to take my medicine. Yeah.
Hey DJ, what was your crest of choice? Did you already say?
I couldn't get myself to go off Hunter because it was by the time I started playing with the other crest, I had already leveled up my hunters, and I was like, the other ones don't level up, so why would I switch? And I also, just the point of realizing the down diagonal attacks change and stuff like that, I was like, well, now all my muscle memory for the whole playthrough is feels gone, and I have to relearn it, so I'm gonna stay a hunter.
Actually, I need to amend something I said earlier, which I said that I spent it on Wanderer, which is not untrue. But I actually very much tried to take an approach with my initial playthrough of okay, we have all of these different crests. They all have, they've got different moves, and thus they have different utility. And I should respect that they're going to be better and worse at various things. And so there's going to be bosses or segments that are maybe possibly even trivialized by different crests. And it's not quite that intense, but there is very much there are gaps. There are very significant gaps in the challenge of certain things with depending on the crest that you're using. So the big example would be that a lot of exploration, Reaper just kind of like, you don't want to say trivializes, but makes very, 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 very easy in comparison to the others.
Okay.
Good luck
Um,
platforming with a beast crest.
yeah, like platforming with the beast crest is definitely hard mode. I've seen people do it, and it's like salute good soldier.
I
Yeah.
Braver
imagine
than the
doing
troops.
the fire tree. But actually, I wanted to come back to something that Floyd mentioned earlier about like
Hmm.
the Elden Ring comparisons, because like I use Reaper Crest pretty exclusively throughout, and sure, some bosses were harder but never impossible. But when it came to Elden Ring, I had to change my everything to beat Melania.
Mm.
I had to change everything. That there are certain builds. If you walk into that fight with Melania, good luck, good night, goodbye.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
you'll definitely like some builds will get blocked by certain
Mhm.
bosses toward end game for sure. Like which feels somewhat right. But even within there's flexibility. Like if anyone hasn't watched Noah Gervais videos on the Souls games, they are like all his stuff is great, but he really gets at the core of what is wonderful about FromSoft's work in those videos, and I love his stories about where he, a self-professed not great like game player, he downplays his skills a little too much probably, but like he is not a good like Twitch reaction time like game player, and so these games can be challenging for him, so he has to find creative build solutions to work around his own shortcomings. And I love his stories about beating something like Millennia, where he finds a build that like she can't do anything about, like that he just I can't remember what his specific like solution was for her, but like for Artorias, he figured out like if I just get my poise up to the point where he can't stagger me out of a hit, I don't have to dodge him. I just can just race him. I can just damage race him, and it works like that, which is something that I didn't know you could do because I didn't. That's not a solution that I would have ever considered even trying.
Now again, those titles have the option that you can just get stronger. You know, boss kicking your ass, go lift some weights, go punch up some poor NPCs, get beefcake, come back.
Yeah. I wish you could get Shaman Crest earlier because I really enjoyed
Yeah.
like that
Same.
mage build is really fun.
Yeah, Shaman is the one where it's like I wish it was accessible earlier. Like a lot of people, I do wish they could find some sort of way of like either starting the game with alternative crests, or if not that, then just like a way of getting arbitrary crests fairly early.
Hmm.
Yeah.
No, I think we're all in agreement here that a new game plus where you get the crests would be wonderful.
I'm dying for a randomizer for them to finally finish
I
the
know.
randomizer for this thing because
I check like once a week. I'm like, come on.
this could be an incredible randomizer game.
The main hitch with the crest as currently exists is that you can't get past you can't do Bell Beast without Silk Spear, and one of the crests can't use Silk Spear. So
Right.
it is kind of this like, okay, like what does Architect do? And I mean, probably actually the answer if you start with Architect is that like no matter what crest you begin with, you also begin with Hunter. So it's just like, all right, when you pick up Silk Spear, it just does the thing where it, forces you back into Hunter Crest, and oh, this is gonna be bad. That worked. Well, I shouldn't say it worked. It did not go terribly.
You were frames away from disaster there.
I was so close to needing to eat Feastables.
You've avoided it so far.
Why are they called Feastables, not Beastables?
Because Jimmy doesn't know how to market things.
Sorry, I know that's apropos of nothing. I'm just like, as words that are set up for wordplay, beast is perfect. Why would you not Anyway.
I run to the washroom. I'll be right back. Y'all continue.
There are a few, I guess, like I'm really stoked for a new game plus. I don't have the same skills as you for like a randomizer. Again, that's why I watch DJ, mate. That's why I watch you. Like,
You could randomize. You could totally do it.
I don't normally do randomizers. I would definitely be like, okay, is Silksong going to be my foray into randomizers?
Join us.
And the answer is probably yes. Like, I know the game well enough.
Very excited for the eventual Silksong Hollow Knight combo archipelago to randomize the two together.
yes. Like, I don't want anyone to be responsible for having to make it, but if they do a co-op mod, I'm going to be all over that like a car bonnet. Will it be balanced and sensible? Not at all. But it would be so ridiculous. 4 Hornets go at it. Like, let's go. But yeah, I would like a new game plus, because things like the railgun is so cool. And again, thank you to everybody who told me how to get the railgun specifically. But you get it so late that aside from making a few small, tiny NPCs' lives miserable, I didn't actually use it.
It's actually, I did find it. God damn it! There's a jump and hit that I always miss. I did find that railgun is actually pretty useful against Nihilith if you're just kind of sick of her.
You're just sick of her shit.
Yeah, like if she's just giving you grief, you know, not a hard boss, but oh no, we are in Feastable's territory.
Oh, if we're talking about things that we would remove from this game, the guys that Olson's fighting right now, these little spin guys, I want to find where they spawn. I want to find their home. I want to find their families, and I want to glass them from space.
You don't like these guys?
I want to do to them what could only be achieved with the Hammer of Dawn.
I'm trying to think what enemy drove me up the wall. The short crow guys are pretty annoying.
Oh, the poison ninjas. Them as well. I want to find everything that they hold dear and destroy it in front of them.
I mean, the Citadel's already done that.
This is the only squad where that joke's going to land. Also, you know what I appreciate about this as well? Is that the world of the Citadel, the world of Silksong is hard. It is hard fought, it's hard lived, but it's not just a misery parade.
Yeah.
I'm kind of getting a bit done with Dark Souls inspired titles, which just end up being a misery parade.
Yeah.
Yeah, just so bleak.
Yeah, but bleak with no meaning. Shout out to fucking Liza P for breaking that.
I still haven't played that. Is Liza P actually
Legit
good?
fantastic.
Yeah.
I would say in terms of non FromSoft Souls likes, it's the peak right now.
I need to get to it still as well. I was ready to dismiss it.
I was quite surprised with how much I loved it.
So,
Also has some of the best like weapon systems in any Souls likes.
right.
It's
Really?
you can customize the handle and the like blade of your weapon, and customizing the handle customizes your moveset, and then the weight of both the things depends on the speed of the weapon. Like there's so many fun aspects to it.
Yeah, it's genuinely brilliant. Because I played it because it was doing the rounds on like Keymailer and shit, and the requirement to get a copy of it was so long as you feature the P organ system, and I'm like, wait, you're gonna give me a AAA game as long as I
Some
make
of the
P
namings
organs?
in it is awful, but it's funny.
But then I'm standing in like the hub area, and I guess because of how I'd been answering questions, I notice, well, my character hadn't changed. My character's shadow had changed. Little blokey had like a longer nose, and I was like, oh. And it just gets better from there.
A lot of really fun stuff.
Yeah, I need to get.
Okay,
to that
so
one.
I wanted to talk about this when you first were like, "Hey Dan, do you want to come talk about Silksong?"
Bring it.
So you guys know the witch crest, right? How you go about getting
Yes.
that. So I was in the very unfortunate position where I feel like I was one of the first people to accidentally gain that curse, and I got it pretty early in the game. And the game points you towards like the what is it, like Sinner Road or something like that, to go get it fixed. I mistakenly, you know where you fight the chef, in Sinner's Rose?
Yeah.
That's like a double jump locked thing. And when you go in that room though, you can hear like NPCs making noise. So I was like, that's the NPC I need to talk to.
Oh no.
I need double jump. And I had no idea where double jump was because the game was out. The game was new. There's no guides or anything. So I did all of the Mount Fay climb with the curse.
No.
Oh my god.
Didn't know where anything was. So that was like add an extra like 10 hours of me just exploring, trying to find where the game's hiding double jump.
Wow.
And then I like told all my friends, I was like, whatever you do, if you find this little baby, do not give the baby until later in the game.
Oh my god.
It was a nightmare.
That's rough.
Yeah, so I did all of the Mount Fay climb with no healing, no magic, no tools.
Jeez.
I think I would have done a crime. I think that would have caused me to have a criminal.
It was heartbreaking.
I'm fucked. Because the climb with Reaper Crest was so much fun.
Oh yeah, like the climb when you have tools is great.
I love how
Also, I
many
hate that.
clever little side uses of like that you can use the flint slate or whatever to stave off cold. Like just for a little bit. Like little stuff like that. It's like if you can figure it out, that they don't tell you how it works, but if you just think, I wonder if this works, and then when it does, I love it.
Love that stuff.
All right, Craw Lake almost done. I am not on a record-setting pace by any means, but I wasn't expecting to be, both because I'm out of practice and because we're having scintillating conversation at the same time.
And you're currently at 0 feastables by my count.
I am currently at 0 feastables.
Pretty good.
It's a powerful motivator to some caution. They are not like this. Okay, I should say, over the holidays, my version of this was I did the speed run, but every time I died, I had to take a drink of Prime.
Oh boy.
Oh.
And oh boy.
Are you okay?
No, it is not okay. Prime is bad. It is bad for you, and it is not good. And even though the Canadian version has a fraction of the caffeine, it is still loaded with so many like unregulated stimulants that it's just my heart was not feeling well.
Jesus, like I've done like Bloodborne at Christmas with shots, and we got very drunk. But I guess what I'm saying is I look at my life choices, and what you just told me scares me.
I didn't know
gone
Prime
bad.
had caffeine.
If you'd gone to like the hospital or like die, if that has to be your like legacy, the way you leave this world is drank too many Prime drinks,
Which was like 2. Like it's not, I did not die that much. But I did finish like 2 bottles of Prime over the course of the one stream, and I think I only finished 1 bottle over the other stream. I don't remember now, but like it was I don't remember the exact numbers anymore. But yeah, no, it tastes bad. And it's full of a lot of unregulated stimulants that have a very unpleasant effect.
By the old gods. Oh, that's a haunting and horrifying prospect. Apparently someone was saying that Prime's not just, Logan Paul, but also KSI.
It's Logan Paul and KSI, and like a lot of people attribute it to Jimmy Beast, but Jimmy has merely done a activation with them.
Oh.
So like he did a brand integration. They had a Mr. Beast themed Prime available for a limited time.
Would you like a completely pointless fact?
Please.
So KSI is one of the big reasons why Shut Up and Sit Down ended up becoming such a main staple. Because
Really?
Back when Matt Lees was working video games journalism, he did an expose on how terrible KSI is as a person, to which the publication he was with pretty much shelved him and then got rid of him. And that's why he went all in on Shut Up and Sit Down, which then went on to be a huge success.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Neat. I didn't know the origin story.
Pointless fact. I'm full of them.
KSI is a terrible person. Why? I
No.
am shocked. My monocle is just like popping right now.
I know. I'm sorry you had to find out like this. God. Okay. So. We haven't talked about... It's not Fog Canyon now, that's stuck in my head. We have not talked about the foggy mystery...
The Mist.
The Mist.
We have not talked about the Mist and how it is perfect.
It freaked me. It freaked me out the first time. Yeah, no, especially because like the first time I ducked in there, I was, it was still pretty early, so I wasn't powerful enough, and I wasn't a true skonger yet. I hadn't get good.
You hadn't
So
skonged.
I hadn't skonged yet. So I couldn't tell if the ghosts were actually vincible or not. And they seemed very not vincible. We need a proper word for that. When something is the opposite of vincible. Unvincible. Yeah, they seemed very unvincible. So so not even knowing if the things you're fighting can be killed is it does a thing for my cortisol.
Yeah. There are so many areas around there I did not have mapped out yet. So I did for many hours think like, all right, I thought I was just like unable to find it again. Like as I was mapping out areas, it's like, it's around here somewhere. Where was that place? And then like eventually, like as I started running out of unmapped spaces in that general region, like the dawning realization of like, oh, that's just I can't go back there. What a cool place.
Multiple times going through it in multiple playthroughs, didn't know how to solve it. I just brute forced it every time.
Oh no.
I was like, man, this area is big. I've gone through like 20 rooms.
God, I haven't found a map yet. This place is massive. So yeah, it's...
I just thought that was what you had to do.
Was anyone else starting to get mad the more, like, every time they, 50 hours in, realized they, like, you walked into a place you didn't recognize and tried to open your map and it wasn't there?
Yeah.
It's like, there's another zone? Are you kidding me?
Every time I thought I had an understanding of how big the map was, and I was immediately smacked down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was Elden Ring all over again.
Yeah.
It's like, there's an underground? What do you mean? Like,
Yo, that was me going into the...
It was
the
Elden
Memphis
Ring,
area.
but like good in that regard. Elden Ring, lukewarm take, but map too big. Map too big, game too long.
I am on the opposite. They could release Erd Tree 2, bigger Erd Tree, and I would love it.
That's fair. I was just like, I was very much, by the time that I was getting into, like Millennia and all of that stuff,
Yeah.
I was very much like, okay, I'm at 120 hours. I am ready for the credits now. If the game could start wrapping itself up, I would not complain. And I actually wound up rage quitting the game for like a year, and then finally came back and finished it, and like enjoyed myself, and definitely needed the break. Again, I was playing too much to the point of burnout, but
Yeah.
also maybe games should not be able to be, I don't know, like maybe, no, that's an unrealistic thing to say. Like maybe games shouldn't be, you shouldn't be able to burn yourself out on a game. Maybe they should just be so good that you can't burn out on it. It's like that, Dan, that's not even physically possible. Burnout has nothing to do with that is ignoring the actual mechanism of burnout.
I just need a better game that I can't burn out on.
Yeah, or you
It's a
could
shaky
or
hand
you could
passes
take
of
a break.
Factorio.
Right. Yeah, like I was playing in regards to the burnout on Silksong, I was playing so much and so aggressively and pushing myself so hard in terms of my skills that during streams I was like secretly ice packing my thumb, and my thumbnail still has not quite yet finished growing out all of the weird ripples that formed in it from it was like, it was so compared to my right thumb compared to my left thumb, the right thumbnail was like 3 times as thick.
Whoa.
It had
Got the
gotten
gamer thumb.
It had gotten truly weird.
I did that to
Who was-
myself as
what?
a kid playing Street Fighter, so like I feel it. I used to have a pronounced muscle in the gap between my thumb and finger from just playing fighting games so much.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. So it was. Hey kids, don't play a game so much that your thumbnail deforms, and you need to be like icing your icing your hand in between Carmelita attempts.
If you're having to time your painkillers based on boss runs, it's time to take a break.
Yeah. Maybe it's time to take a break. Maybe you could take a week off and play City Skylines or something. I don't know.
Yeah. It's like, do you want to have to explain this to a doctor?
I have gamer thumb.
Well, I
Medically-
have gamer
medically
thumb.
prescribed.
Are you like, is this your job? Well, sort of. I'm a YouTuber, so I stream a bunch. Okay, like, so you've got a big audience on Twitch? Well, no, it's about 200 people on a good day.
Do they want you to keep playing this much?
They just kind of show up for like when I talk about random stuff. They're honestly kind of tired of Silksong because I haven't been playing anything because it's all I've been playing for 3 months. They're like, hey, when are you going to do another Oxygen Not Included stream? And I'm like, I don't know, maybe when I'm done with Silksong.
Just to address the accusations being thrown at me, I didn't hurt my hand gaming. I broke my hand, and I refused to get it looked at because I was scared of the American medical system.
Ooh, that's even better. Yeah.
Yeah, reasonable.
I did. What's the steel dragon from Monster Hunter World?
Oh, shoot, what's it called?
I don't know. My experience. Okay, I will tell you my Monster Hunter experience after you finish your story.
Oh, I mean, the story is, we beat him. I had an ice pack under my brake, and I was like tilting my hand so I could have it on my lap, held on the ice while I was just popping painkillers.
Gracious. Kushala Dawara, by the way.
Yeah. And now I have an extra knuckle on my hand because I didn't get it fixed soon enough.
Whoa.
Ooh.
It's fun. Wait, no, what's that other thing?
Fun, yeah. Yeah, no, that's the right word.
And then I ended up having to stream like Pillars of Eternity 2 for like 2 weeks because that's the only game I could play left-handed.
I mean, that's a pretty good, that's a pretty good thing to have to fall back on. I am, as one who's been playing Monster Hunter since like OG PS2, not well, but who's been playing it for a long ass time. I am very excited to hear your Monster Hunter experience, Dan.
Okay, so my Monster Hunter experiences basically come down to demos at PAX.
Ooh.
And the most significant one was Worlds.
Yep.
Which. Okay, so this demo was 45 minutes long.
Whew.
In pods of 4. So you had to be in a pod of 4. And okay, so we managed because we were so busy with our table. Crystal, my executive assistant, managed to convince we managed to finagle our way into the exhibitor hour at the booth so that we could not have to wait in line for 3 hours.
Nice.
And so we're basically, the only reason why we're doing this, by the way, is to get a penny pin. Because I want to complete my pin quest for the con. And we're just like, okay, yeah, no, we'll go, we'll do the thing, we'll maybe bounce out the moment that they're like, yeah, you've played, here's your pin, we'll be very polite about the game, and then we'll just kind of duck out as soon as we can to get back to our table. So we sit down, we're in this pod with two other people that we don't know, who are also there for exhibitor time. They know Monster Hunter and they're good at it. Neither of us are. I don't know my way around Monster Hunter meaningfully, and Crystal is terrible at any sort of third-person game that isn't an MMO, right? Like, she doesn't play controller games and third-person action games. So she's just she's doing basically she's a clicker essentially.
Yeah.
And I'm playing, I'm just selecting stuff based off of raw vibes. And then I pick up, so I've got a weapon, we're fighting the thing. And I'm just I'm trying to analyze it mechanically. I'm trying to figure out how I'm doing. I'm trying to contextualize my performance, because I'm doing this rotation and I'm I feel like I'm doing okay. And the numbers that are popping up are 17, 17, 18, 17, 18, 17, 18, 18, 20, 21, 18, 17, 17, 17. And, because I'm just stabbing the thing over and over again. I'm okay, I feel like I'm doing all right with my rotation. And all of a sudden a number pops up, 18,000. I'm I'm playing wrong.
That's my experience as a, again, seasoned Monster Hunter player playing with Dan Jones all the time.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So I'm I'm dead weight. And then all of a sudden the game bugs, and the monster that we're fighting just kind of gets stuck in the geometry, and things go wrong. And we're about 15 minutes into 15-20 minutes into this go. So Crystal and I start standing up kind of as a okay, well, it's a shame that ended the way it did, but we had a good time. Pin now, please, let's go. And they're just oh no, just wait a second. And we're oh, okay. So we wait a second. They restart the demo.
Oh no.
Okay.
From the beginning.
Oh.
And they're there you go. We're oh, okay. And we look over at the other two people in the pod, and they're just kind of staring at us, waiting for us to lock back in. All right, boy. Eat your food and pick your weapon. And we're just oh no. Oh. And they were really, really intent on, beating this demo, and I guess being able to say to their friends, oh no, I gotta lock you in for a second because we are in Prime Zone. No, we're not in Prime Zone. We are
Feastables.
We're very close to the Feastables zone. No! Oh, God damn
the party
it.
begins. Let's go.
I was really
We're in
hoping
feast
I
country
wouldn't even
now.
need to open this thing.
Fear the feast.
So they were like really intent on being able to go back to their Discord and be like, yeah, we beat the demo, like, you know, blah 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 blah. We've properly seen the thing. We let them down.
Oh,
Ugh. What's
So
the
my-
rules here? I guess an entire row.
that feels right. My sympathies that like I cannot imagine having to, even having played a bunch of other Monster Hunters, having to drop into a new one in a like a show floor context and try to figure out my way around in it to do anything. That game is brutal to try to like.
Oh yeah,
It's a steep learning curve. Having to do that in a show floor like demo sounds miserable.
All the worst
Hey,
things to
Laura!
pick up group, except for their.
I need your help with something real quick.
I think we might watch Olson puke. I think we might have officially reached the too far of the Feastables Mountain. God.
As a chocolate connoisseur,
Mhm.
can you eat this square of chocolate?
Whoa! Are you off?
It's milk chocolate.
Are you offloading your gambit on others?
She didn't die in Silksong.
Okay, that's just normal. That's normal chocolate. But then, what is that aftertaste?
It's people.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go. It hit. It.
I can't believe we're watching Olson offload his Silksong gambit on others.
It's like chocolate has never done collateral damage before.
That was only one. That was so that was 2/3. I ate 2/3 of a row, but I needed someone else to validate my experience. There was a moment where I was like, okay, this is fine, right? Like this is just okay, whatever. This is just milk chocolate.
Mhm.
You know, the worst thing about it is the tacky branding. And then just it takes a couple seconds, but there is something in the aftertaste. It's not remotely on the level of vile intensity that you get from a bottle of Prime, but it is weird and unexpected. And I can't quite place it. It's not quite metallic.
Look, I need an artist rendition because you could see in real time, in frame data, the moment that aftertaste hit, and you contorted into a way where I was like, are we gonna see Olson puke on Twitch? Is this bad?
Look, if I didn't puke when Graham gave me that ice cream, or no, the cupcake. If I didn't puke with Graham's cupcake, I will survive a Feastables.
Fill me in on this cupcake.
Okay, so during Desert Bus, Graham did a bit where he blindfolded us, and then we had to decorate a cupcake with a variety of substances that were in front of us that we could
Okay.
not see.
Ooh.
There's a very entertaining clip online of me biting into my cupcake covered in what is on it? Salsa con queso,
Oh boy.
A1 steaks. No, not A1. Tabasco.
Oh man.
Sorry. Worcestershire sauce.
Oh, that's fine.
Worcester sauce. And frosting. And I think I got lucky, and there were just regular so it was frosting and then just regular sprinkles.
Oh, that's Leon Perrin's queso. I'd make that.
Okay, but when you're not expecting it, also, there was a lot. There was a lot. And the sugar, and it was unexpected. And my body was like, so I'm sitting there. There's this amazing clip where I bite into it, and I'm sitting there like my body is like curling up on me, and everybody's having a good laugh and chatter. And then Graham's just like, Dan, are you okay? No.
Was it better or worse knowing that you were at least partly complicit in doing this to yourself?
Oh, it was for the entertainer side of me. So the human side of me, the Dan Olson that has to wake up in the morning and like put on pants was very unhappy. The Dan Olson that is a clown and puts on his clown noise in order to perform for the amusement of others was like, this is killer. This is amazing. This is perfect.
This is a good TV gag.
This is good TV. This clip is gonna do numbers. People are gonna tune in tomorrow. We're gonna get a ton of people watching the stream. We're gonna get, we're gonna raise some money for charity. This is good. Okay, this is actually the room that has ended most of my Steel Soul runs.
Oh, feck, this jumps. Yeah. I'm not proud of how many times I died around here. But Reaper made it nice. Oh. Okay,
And usually, actually, for my Steel Soul runs now, like if I get here and I don't screw up on the other stuff that I just passed, I usually just save, quit, and run back in order to get out of here. And I'm very tempted to do that now because I do not want to eat more chocolate.
It does sound like cowardice, though.
Don't want more of Jimmy's bad chocolate. Okay, wait. All right. We're gonna Silk Storm it. We're gonna jump there, and we're good.
I know eventually I'm going to try a Steel Soul,
space.
and I'm going to be like, I'm going to be resistant to wanting to do the quit out to save myself thing, but I know the deeper I get, I'm going to cave, and then I will do it nonstop.
Yeah. And the thing is, here's the thing that I tell people is don't be God. Okay, but I have a bind. Is don't be embarrassed about doing it, because like this is, the argument against it is that it's like, okay, well, you're invalidating the skill of doing a Steel Soul run. And I'm like, no, you're not invalidating the skill it takes to do a Steel Soul run, because you have to develop a whole new skill in order to do the quit and save out thing, which is that you need an awareness of your current threat profile.
Yeah.
You need to know that Cygnus and Gron can do 6 points of damage in a very short span of time by hitting you, bouncing you into lava, and then hitting you again.
There's a risk reward there too. I was like, how early, how safe do you play it? Like, or do you feel like, oh, if I could just get the one more hit in, I'd win this?
Yeah, you have to build a really, really tight awareness of your like bind situation, and like it's threat profile up and down. You need to know like what is your current standing, and you need a very good sense of it. And it is obviously it's probably better to just never die. You're like never, to be so good that like you're never in that space in the first place.
Sure.
I keep going the wrong way on Sister Splinter, and it is messing it's messing my vibe up. It's messing my groove up.
So
there we go.
Feast territory. Well, actually, this was something we talked about when Olson was coming and hanging while we were nattering while playing Stardew. And it's like, I love achievements. And I think one of the things that achievements should seek to do is to inspire you to see parts of the game you would have otherwise missed. See, and I think that the Iron Soul run does that, because you can brute force these bosses with a level of stubbornness and repeatability. If you don't want to learn patterns, if you don't want to engage with the bosses, you just roll your face against it until eventually you win. But there is so much thematically from the damage these bosses do, the movesets, when they swap between them and what they mean, that is as much part of the thematics as it is the mechanics. And sure, if you're, resetting with a Steel Soul run, yes, you did not do the whole game in one sitting without dying. But you know what you did? You paid attention to every little detail.
Yeah.
And you saw things you would have missed.
One of the things that people frequently say for Steel Soul is just don't do Nihilith for one of your hearts because then you have to beat Seth. And the others are all in dreams, so you can die as many times as you want in a dream, and you don't get sent back to a bench. And so my thing to point is Seth is actually, from a threat perspective, Seth is not actually that dangerous. He can't burst you down, especially at that point in the game, because if you're going for, if you're in Act 3 on Steel Soul, you're probably going for steel completion, which means that you're you have 9 or 10 masks at that point. He can't burst you down Four Brothers can.
Yeah. And fuck those guys.
So
don't do what I did. Don't fight them in Act 3.
Oh.
Just don't.
Yeah.
So for the two of you who have played this game multiple times now, I am curious, since you've been through it, you're pretty familiar with it. Who are the bosses, or what are the points in the game that still intimidate, scare you when you get there? Who are the if I'm gonna have a problem, it's here?
Grohl.
What about you, Jones?
Let me see. Let me have a look.
I like to imagine Jones pulls down this one of those scroll down files, and it's a red string map of all the bosses that have crossed Jones over the years, like a bounty board.
All right, I'm being brave. I'm being confident.
Ooh.
I am believing in myself. I am not going to the bench before heading into the Belvane, and I am not opening the shortcut. You know what? I don't even need those rosaries. We're not going back and getting them. I missed them. That's it. We are going straight. We are going straight into Widow.
Sorry, DJ. Forgive me for interrupting. So yeah, what's the one boss that gives you still the bastard vibes?
I would just say the last playthrough I did was my Steel Soul, and it's probably Lace too, because it's probably the spiciest thing for getting the Steel Soul achievement. It's probably the spiciest fight in that route, and it's right at the end.
Skip.
Yeah.
Or bypass. Yeah.
And she can.
It's probably that, because I don't think really anyone else outside of bosses. There's probably a few segments of just running. Oh, the gauntlet, the gauntlet in
yeah.
That's it. That's easily that. I changed my mind. It's easily that. Yeah, that gauntlet in the high course, or what? I can't.
High halls.
Yeah.
High halls.
Yeah.
The forum.
That's it for sure.
Hard as they are, I really like that. Gauntlets being a new challenge, form of challenge, as as opposed to always being a duel against a one or two bosses, having a survival wave, that feels cool even when they are very hard.
Oh, there is one thing that this reminded me of what I did hate about bosses in Silksong.
Yeah.
There are too many bosses that an attack of theirs is summon ads. If the summon ads was a phase shift or something like that, I'd be so much more okay with it. But if a boss wants to spam summon ads, they can, and it's infuriating.
if they're an ad that can be quickly and efficiently dispatched, realistically, like a sister splinter, like all right, we can burn through those. There's solutions for those little guys,
especially since they basically tutorialize. Hey, if you went and got Threadstorm,
Yeah.
it just like deletes these. It hard counters them.
God, I'm trying to remember who gave me the most. Well, again, it was the Bloody Brothers, because their ads can explode and be assholes.
Yes, but their ads are fixed waves.
Are they?
They are, yeah.
Okay. I guess it just felt like they were able to call as many as they wanted, again, because I did them in Act 3, and those guys...
It very much feels... Yeah, no. Doing them in Act 3 is oppressive.
Because you think you've got to handle it...
Not recommended.
Like, hi, I'm Phil of the Abyss now. Enjoy.
Savage Beastfly really... It's not even that there's so many of them, it's just like, it's very hard to get some offense on those individual ads in the thick of it.
Yeah. And it's like, it's one of those, like, if you take the time to deal with the ads and the boss gives you bad RNG, you just have to keep killing ads. It's like...
The ads back, yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, Savage Beastfly is also on my list of I will wipe off the face of this planet.
Yeah. I died to that one a lot. Stubbornness was partly to blame. I could have left in any time.
Same hat.
Like, I don't know if it's the same when you're recording it, but when you're playing something like Silksong Live, all it takes is someone to say, you know, you can come back to this later. And I'm
just like, yeah, no, like incandescent rage.
Yeah,
that's like, a ban-worthy offense.
You have now ensured that we are here for until I pass out.
Yeah. Either it dies or I die, and I do not care which.
Yeah.
I avoid this with Let's Play, but in exchange, I get I get other things. Like I record a couple of weeks ahead usually, so I'll get to enjoy weeks of people backseating a thing that I'm not using correctly. I figured out a week ago how it actually works, but there's still a week of episodes where I don't know, so I just get to sit and enjoy that for a while. To the point where, like, I may have learned the lesson, like, okay, I probably should use claw line in combat more. But now I have been reading weeks of people mentioning it for so long, I'm not going to anymore.
Yeah.
I'm gonna work without it.
I'm a big, like, I will not do this out of spite because you told me what to do.
I will say, though, and I think it's something that I don't know if it's been necessarily appreciated, because we're all kind of in a position of privilege where, like, we got to play this with people, and God, being able to have other folks there at some of the
Believers win.
Like, great moments.
Yeah.
Like
it makes it all the more, it makes discovering a new favorite game all the more memorable and special of a memory, because it is shared and also preserved. Like it's something you can return to and revisit and see, and that is something I really love about like streaming, let's playing, whatever.
Like
there's so many games I wish I could go back and have my first playthrough captured, and I'm like, it would be so interesting.
I have hours and hours of my attempts at Lost Lace saved, and now it feels bizarre watching them in retrospect, where now, like, I can do Lost Lace as a warm-up for other stuff, because I've now done it so many times. But that's also intentional, right? Because it's like I beat her finally after hours and hours and hours, and then a couple days later I was like, okay, I need to do it again, just purely to prove to myself that it wasn't a fluke. That it wasn't just like, I didn't just get lucky. I did, in fact, like, beat the fight. And so I did it again and was like, there we go. Now I'm done with Silksong. A day later, I'm sitting there like, I'm going to beat her with every crest. Okay. And so I sat there until I had beat her with every crest.
Whoa.
And then I just started the game over, and then I started the game over again, and then I started to go over again and again, and all of that was still in, like, October.
Yeah. I haven't found a good way to quantify it yet, but there's this thing that happens in some games where they hit you at such a level that you're not done with the game. Like the synchronicity of it, there's something to it that pulls you back in more. And if the game won't provide you with reasons, you'll make your own.
Yeah.
That's how speedrunners are born.
Literally, it's what got me into speedrunning. Is
Yeah.
I'd play like a little indie game, and I was like, I want to do more, but I got all the achievements and everything my first playthrough. Let's speedrun it a few times. Like,
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah.
Only game I've ever speedrun, Little Gator game, just because I like, all right, this is really fun to move around in. Actually, I need something else to do.
Oh yeah. DJ, you got the one of the records for Creature Kitchen, if I remember rightly, right?
I did. The other runner immediately took it back, but I did have
Love it
world
when that
record for
happens.
like a day.
Heck
So
yeah. Better than I've ever done.
I had world record for Amy 2012.
Amy, wow. That's right. You
As
did that
the
at GDQ
sole-
as well.
As
I
the
forgot.
sole speedrunner.
Have you gone back to speedrun that since doing GDQ? Second, have you speedrun anything else like in a way that you've actually like recorded it, tried to get a time
Like-
up on a leaderboard?
Answer to the second question, no. I've never done something where I bothered to like actually submit a run. I have gone back to it. I've gone back to it a couple times since that GDQ run. Usually I'll do it for I'll pull it out for like a Halloween stream. Because
Yeah.
that was what we had originally played it for, was a Halloween stream. And it was that stream went so terribly that it is the reason why I was like, no, I am breaking this game open, and I am speed running it. Yeah.
Sorry, for those who don't know, so Amy was a disaster of a game a million years ago during the zombie craze. They came up with this game which was essentially like a exploration puzzle game where you are trying to lead the only cure for the zombie virus out of the city, but you've been infected. So the closer you are to Amy, the more healed you are, but the further away you get, the more your zombie stuff starts to take over. It's like a less interesting
That's
idea.
not even how the mechanic actually like functions, but that is how they describe it. Yes.
That's how they pitch it. It is
That's how they pitch it.
In terms of quality, it is the exact opposite of I Am Alive. Like a small game with a small premise that actually ended up being brilliant. Amy is dreadful on so many levels.
Yeah. And so I put together a speed run. I started routing it just for fun, and then I was like, hey, what if I submitted this to GDQ, and what if I really I made a thing out of it? What if I turned a speed run into a video essay? And I had what if I had a whole planned, basically what if I had a script, not just in the sense of all speed runs have a script, but what if I literally practiced a performance, and yeah, so that's the thing that people are linking now, is that GDQ run that is effectively a speed run video essay, live performance.
It's very good. Highly recommend.
And we scripted a whole bit. So Crystal was there as my couch, and we scripted a whole bit that has been very popularly clipped at usually subtitled Rap Goddess, where what had happened during our routing is one of the areas we discovered that we could just completely invalidate it. You could literally just walk from one end of it to the other. You didn't actually need to do it. I missed my jump.
All right. I know what I gotta do. I gotta get good enough at Wanted Dead. Get that on the GDQ sale.
There you go.
You don't
Right.
even
What was
know.
I saying? So we realized that we like invalidated this entire area, and so our the original thing, the original path that you're supposed to take is really complicated and involves a lot of steps. And then the speedrun path is you just walk straight. you just walk from one end of the area to the other, and the infection doesn't actually kill you fast enough. You can just get to the other end without doing anything.
It's a very, very funny bit.
Yeah, so we the bit that we built out was what if I pretend like I'm lost in what I'm supposed to do with the run, and then I'm just kind of pushing forward while she's reading off the instructions for the intended route. And there's so many that she has to go like really fast, but we got it timed out. We got it timed out perfectly. So she's like blitzing through it right as I'm, and so she's finishing right as I'm getting to the end, and I'm just like, well, what if I just cross the room and pick up the key card instead? She's like, yeah, I guess that'll work fine.
That's brilliant. I missed that. I haven't got to catch as many GDQs in the past as I would like, and yeah, like I said, I just get to watch DJ doing stuff.
Well, if you do start speedrunning Wanted Dead, that might actually cause me to actually see it.
Okay, but we have to talk about it, because to know Wanted Dead is to know madness. All right, because if you just play it, it is a mediocre third-person action game, but every single thing about it will cause you to research it, which will cause you to go down a path of rabbit hole that will take you to places you're never ready for.
That this has not poisoned you into becoming a video essayist is actually pretty remarkable on your part, because I feel like that's how most of us get started.
I actually made a channel for this video. I haven't gotten to make the video yet. It is in progress.
Okay, so the infection's just been slowed.
All right, I will share with you two little tidbits. One, Wanted Dead is the same team that made The Devil's Third. But
Perfect.
after Irigaki, who sadly passed away, left to go make NFT crypto games.
God, I forgot about that.
And the other thing is that the most
Neuron activated.
Oh yeah, the most prolific individual on the cast is Junstein.
Vic Mignogna.
Thankfully, no. No. It's the lass who played Quiet in Metal Gear Solid 5. And she does the adverts, she does the soundtrack, which is all covers of like 80 songs, which she sings, and some original compositions.
I did not respect Last Judge.
She does not play the lead, but Stephanie Junstein, thank you. And there's some feasting going on the other side as well. The last judge inflicts upon Dan the beast chocolate. But yeah, Stephanie Junstein talks more than any other character, and is famous for having played Quiet, a character that does not talk. And this is just the tip of a very fucking weird iceberg. One of the mini games from the arcade is a full game that you can play on Steam for free.
I'm excited for this video whenever you get around to it.
I know what I'm doing next week. I did grab the YouTube channel name for it, which is Will Actually.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Thank you. It's the best I could come up with. Okay.
As one who usually struggles to come up with channel names, show names, all that, like, that's quite good.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good.
Yeah. I don't want you all to go and play Wanted Dead and be like, Will told me this game was great and brilliant. No. But you know what? You'll never forget it. And I mean, obviously, I am obsessed with it because, like, imagine you went through the crunch of making fucking the Devil's Third, right? And then
Yeah.
the guy who led you on that hell march just goes deuces and quits and just leaves you there. Like, and you have to turn around and go, all right, no, we still have to make a game. Okay.
Oof.
Should we talk about the last judge? Because I think of any boss, I think it is the one that probably needs the most discussion.
It's a really fascinating wall boss.
Yeah.
And everyone I have spoken to who hasn't finished, this was the wall that broke them.
God damn it! I keep making the stupidest mistake.
That I feel like that's so surprising to me. But I'm curious of your thoughts.
That last judge being the wall for everyone.
Yeah, they were. I did not struggle with them. I've definitely struggled with them before, but in my first playthrough, I don't recall having a wall here.
No, I was told moving into this one of like, don't worry if this takes you too long, or, and I will admit the stubbornness came out because someone said you don't have to fight them, and I was like, well, now I have to kill them.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I was also like in my friend group, everyone was like, yeah, I went through the mist. And I was like, why would you do that?
Why did you do
that? Because you don't know.
I will fight the judge any day over going through the mist.
I have done the miss route once.
Yeah, same. I'm good.
Also, shout out to Chaunerus who reminded me the last judge's final gambit.
That did give me my first victory, quote unquote.
And then you have to go through the whole thing again.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which was like, part of me wanted to be mad, and the other part was like, all right, that is pretty.
It's pretty good.
That's pretty funny though.
It almost got me.
Same.
And I should have known.
It triggered
better.
my magma bell.
Because this is my personal theory. Like, Silksong has not won as many awards as I would have expected it to do through the award season, right? Like, we've still got, game awards and stuff later on in the year, but, that's Keeley and Mates.
Mhm.
And I really think a lot of people made it to the last judge and then stopped. And I think that has been true of a lot of people judging games so far this season.
That's actually what Ari and William suspected themselves, that they weren't going to win many games, because I think their telemetry already showed nah, critics, a lot of critics don't make it past last judge. They're just like, this is taking too long, and they stop the game.
And there's a year with a lot of a wide range of other surprise big hits too that cover a lot of category spread as well. It's kind of hard to
yeah. I am in the controversial camp of Expedition 33 did not deserve its sweeps.
Dude, I'm there with you.
I think I agree.
Why, but
I'm smiling.
It's I like it a lot. I think it deserves some awards and some recognition.
It deserves recognition.
I don't think it merits a full sweep. No,
I don't think it merits a sweep. And
the reason why I think it won as many awards as it did is because the story of it, while not true, is one that especially people in judging awards want to believe.
You mean the meta narrative of it being
a bunch of friends got together and made a game they won a knighthood from the French Queen Minister or whatever.
Right.
Everybody loves this idea that Expedition 33 is an indie game made by, passionate friends who came together. And it's not. It's, it was angel invested to my understanding, but it was funded to hell and back. And they used shit tons of contractors.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, it is by no means a small team. And not even to take anything away from them, because it doesn't need to be a tiny, indie project with friends to be an achievement. I've worked at a lot of teams of similar size who I know for a fact could not have produced an Expedition 33. It's really hard. That's really hard to do, and not every group of 50 to 100 people is capable of making this. It's an astonishing achievement. That said, it's a lot of other good games that came out this year too, though.
Whereas the story should be Silksong, because Silksong was a small team that made a Kickstarter game that did good. they didn't bulk out. They didn't sign a publishing deal. They just worked on their game.
They spent 8 years just working on the game, and they did bring in like some contractors for doodad placement and
a full Philharmonic Orchestra for the
and a full
soundtrack.
Philharmonic Orchestra. Yeah.
Yeah. But like Silksong gets mythologized as well, right? Like you will just there's still the little mimetic thing that gets shared around of like 3 people made this, which is not true.
Not true.
Like we don't have to tell that lie for this to be impressive.
Yeah. And yeah, like that's not true. Also, like at the end of the day, I think Team Cherry can rest happy knowing that they have made a vast artistic achievement that even if it doesn't win awards will be talked about for a very long time. And they can also rest easy on like, I guess, literal piles of money.
Yeah.
Yes.
The millions, the tens of millions of copies of Hollow Knight sold, and the already millions of copies of Silksong sold. Like,
Yeah.
they're fine.
They'll be able to do what Supergiant did, but instead of with platformers, instead of, I don't know, dateable Greeks.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not here to shit on Expedition 33. It's just
I
I am kind of here too, but
like the reason why it wins awards is because it has performances by people.
Yeah.
You know.
I would also argue that like a lot of people who I would kind of argue the inverse situation for Expedition 33 is I think a lot of the people giving it all these like glowing awards didn't finish it.
Yeah, I would agree.
I think they finished Act 2 or they got deep in Act 2 and they were like, this is really good. And they didn't get to the part where the game like just completely falls apart and like eats itself. And like rewrites its narrative 3 times in the course of 10 minutes. I have a lot of notes about Expedition 33. I do not like the endings. I do not like the entire last like 3 hours.
Jones, I can feel your smile right now.
I was very mean about the game because and the thing that sucked is like up through like finishing Act 1, I was like, I'm having a wonderful time. Like I was loving it. And then Act 2 and 3 happened, especially Act 3, but
like, and the thing for me, it's not even, well, I guess, okay, this is sort of the complicating thing, right? Is that Act 3, like when we define Act 3, there's kind of like, there's 3 components to Act 3. You have the initial entrance into Act 3 where it teases a much more interesting idea than is going to happen. You then have the middle portion of Act 3, which is, hey, here's a chance to do whatever side stuff you didn't finish and also like complete a bunch of side stuff that you just could not finish until this point. And then there's the ending. Like there's the linear content of Act 3, which is poo-poo. So that's part of my like kind of complication in here, because the tease at the beginning of Act 3, like the transition from 2 to 3, I loved. I thought it was brilliant. I thought it was teasing I thought it was teasing something way more interesting than all of this like verso shit. And then, oh no, oops, all verso.
Oh,
everybody else has gone silent. Much. I have truly.
I want to talk about it so much, but I feel like I'm just going to rant about Expedition 33 if I get into it.
Look, this is the equivalent of us like getting a pint in at the pub. You know, we're not legally obliged to just talk about Silksong, and sometimes when talking,
I can tie it into Silksong too. That's the thing.
Let's talk about the character assassination of Mael.
The character assassination of Mael. We could talk about the just absolute fridging of Ciel and Lune. And, you know, and it was, oh, well, she gets the glare. She gets the last glare. And it's like, no, she doesn't get the last glare. She still gets fucking erased, you dipshits.
Yeah. One of the things, too, is, like, I saw a big argument of people being like, oh, no, if you go do the side stuff, you know the world matters. And I'm like, even if that is the case, the fact that one of the characters becomes like a god in that world, it erases any like any purpose or drive the other characters might have, because the other one can just undo it, and then like they show in the game, the segments, that they have no care. Like they immediately go god complex as soon as they get a little ounce of power, and it's just like,
Yep.
So, all right. Tie this. I can tie this back to Silksong, which is
Here we go.
that. So, what they turn Mael's ending into, if you side with Mael, and do the correct thing, what they do is they basically, like, her ending is Weaver Queen. It is like, oh, you have done the thing, but you have tapped into too much power. And it is addicting. It is addictive in its own right. It is a destructive amount of power, no matter whose hands it's in.
Yeah.
Except Weaver Queen is built up through so many conversations with like a dozen different NPCs who are all like, oh, so you're here to just sort of like wreck stuff and take over, aren't you? Like they, and Hornet has agency in that she's like, she gets a moment with the caretaker where she's like, you know what, not gonna lie, there's a part of me that really wants to, like,
Yeah.
that really would actually like to just sort of conquer this place and sit atop it as its new monarch. But also I know intellectually that that's not a thing that I should do.
Yeah.
But I don't see it, but like, I'm not quite sure of a way out of this fate. And then they brainstorm a way out of that fate. And the way out turns out to be, really, really messed up, and leads to an absolutely amazing Act 3 that then builds to this stunning climax in the heart of the void, and just like 10 out of 10.
Okay, can we talk about how whether the shamans intended it or otherwise, that whether it's a betrayal or otherwise, was such a brilliant turn? Because
Yeah.
Of that, yes.
yeah,
we've seen the shamans have been fucked over by the Citadel, and from their perspective, here is another Weaver coming around, being like, "Oh well, I need your power. I need you to give me shit so I can do shit." And so, of course, they're gonna be like, "Yeah, no, we'll give you it."
Yeah, we'll give you power till you choke.
Yeah, and because, as you all know, like, the initial plan was that the Weaver Queen and Hornet were going to be pulled into the trap. It's only because Lace jumped in that kind of fucked it, because Lace isn't,
Yeah.
like, they set
Also-
that up.
Well, was it a
Until-
guarantee that Hornet would be pulled in? But like, odds are real good that and they're kind of good with either. They're good with either outcome.
Yeah. The at least how I chose to read it is that one shaman who had just been taken and tortured down in the fucking bogs by gluppy big mouthed bastard, I forget his name,
Grohl, yeah.
Kroll. That was just another example of, like, here is the Citadel with their shining power, and they do nothing for anyone. All these horrible entities that exist on the fringes of the Citadel, they can handle it. They just don't care. And
Oh, right. Sorry, I need to remember my speed run. I need to die on purpose. This does not count. This is part of the run. This is an intentional death.
oh yeah, Dave Grohl, that's it. And the shamans who are so much more in touch with the land, the spirituality, the void, the cycle, and have seen the awful things the Citadel have done, like, they're not wrong in setting Hornet up to die. They don't know Hornet from anybody. It's just another.
Yeah.
Whereas what's real funny, if you go back and play Hollow Knight, the shaman is probably one of the first creatures that talks to you directly as the little bug knight, and absolutely knows what the fuck you're about, and just teaches you how to do shit. Because that snail knows that you are a creature of the void.
That's what I love about it. Like, the snails and the shamans showing up in Silksong is that, like, they never draw a lot of attention to it, but like the snail shamans clearly are just getting so screwed over in Halonest as well. Like, they're being tortured, studied, like, consumed. Like, their power and the thing that they deal in is something that powerful civilizations and kingdoms want and will take from them, and will they will exploit the snails and shamans shamelessly. And we find one live snail in Hollow Nest, and the rest are just dead husks, just scattered throughout the kingdom.
Yup.
And I love both the snails having their moment of getting their moment of revenge, but it also not being a really heroic, or it's still being a kind of ethically complicated revenge, but one that I cannot begrudge them for.
Yeah.
I also just love that the reveal of when you piece together why they set you up, kind of thing, of oh, all their cloaks are gone, and you realize they've all just been obscuring their shells the entire playthrough. That was great.
It clicked with I realized they were snails just minutes before the game actually revealed it, and I loved that.
A beautiful detail that isn't God, the game's so good. It's okay, so she's all right. She goes back and she's all right, we need to find a solution to this. You need to fix this. Yeah. And then they have a conversation that we are not privy to because it's just in, their bug speak amongst themselves.
Yeah.
And then they propose the plan of going into her memory and getting the flower. And then you go through with that plan. And then when you get out of the memory, they're dead.
Yeah.
Meaning that the conversation they had was well, it'll kill us, but we could. So they knew that was going to be that was going to be the cost, and they didn't disclose that in the same way that they didn't disclose, the full extent of what the trap was going to do.
Yeah, and it's so hard in any narrative to do that thing where we aren't, the player, the viewer, whatever, where we aren't privy to kind of information like that. It's so hard to do that well, and they do it so brilliantly. Yeah, it isn't Hornet's decision, so it's no need to tell her. Yeah. And also,
I was really prepared for this game to disappoint.
Fuck that flower. I still remember telling you, Floydo, when you were didn't do your Hollow Knight run. I'm just good luck with the flower. Good luck with that.
Yeah,
you know what?
Flower.
What was everyone's reaction to the realization that was now a quest category?
Oh, as soon as there was do the food thing, gather all the stuff up, and I was all right, this is gonna be a long quest, but I get it. And then one's deliver, it might go bad, and I was don't you dare take it back.
I made it through to that one with moments to spare. I reached a new level of stress doing the gross dinner.
Nice.
I have the Rasher delivery.
Yeah.
The first time took me an entire afternoon of planning routes and preparing and making attempts. And at this point, I can do it the last time I picked it up. I didn't even bother pre-clearing. In fact, I normally go through Wisp Thicket. And I get there, I pick up the Rasher, and I'm wait a second, I haven't even entered Wisp Thicket yet. We ball. And so I did the Rasher delivery, first run, through Wisp Thicket, including needing to do the flea thing through the stompy the stompy boxes at the end, and I made it. I'm just it was one of those wow, I get good. I guess I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting to the end of the game, starting from the beginning again, and feeling wow, I am way better at this than I was before.
And any game where just the knowledge of having run through it makes you feel better. So I think it was Pillin was just mentioning this with Silksong taking 8 years, they were worried about it being bad, and it's it's wild when you think that most of the time a game taking that long is a huge red flag.
Yeah.
because I've been for games that you can feel morally and ethically okay shitting on. I've been dunking on Skull and Bones pretty much non-stop for several years, and I'm not stopping anytime soon. But Skull and Bones was like 12 years, 10 years.
That was a long time. Yeah.
Technically, the first quadruple A video game of all time.
Wait, really? What? Oh, is this
Mode
somebody?
said-
Somebody mentioned to me earlier that they're like, yeah, there's apparently a game out there. Like, 'cause in response to my video, they're like, yeah, there's a game that apparently cost $1 billion.
I mean, a few
Is
of
that
them.
is this what we're talking about?
Maybe not, because they put it out. They built it in Singapore with tax breaks, but
Oh, so it definitely didn't cost $1 billion.
but the way the tax breaks worked, so far as I understand them, they had to ship, otherwise they had to pay them back.
Right.
So yeah, Skull and Bones was in development for like 10 years. And what's been really funny is that an independent team, I won't say indie, but Windrose dropped this week and is doing insanely well. And it's craft and survival pirates. And it's brilliant. That's it. Like, that's it. Make a pirate, go on quests and missions with your friends, have a
Craft and survive.
craft and survive, have a ship, let's go. But it's that thing of like, Silksong did take 8 years, and the reason it took 8 years is because they kept the team small, and most of it was spent building content.
Yeah.
The
Not
thing that-
not iterating systems, not implementing the new hotness.
Yeah,
It was like, all right, we've got a core. Let's just build hours and hours of stuff to do.
because spare a thought for all the UI designers currently working on video games who, after Expedition 33 exploded, had their creative leads come in after a weekend bleary-eyed and be like, we're changing the whole UI.
Yeah. It's a
Because Silksong is very difficult, most people to get past the judge. It wasn't the kind of game that, a creative director with 2 kids, a mortgage, a car, and probably some kind of
2 kids, a mortgage, a car, and a boat that he regrets.
yes, isn't going to have the time to play through and get to something like get past the first judge. So,
We're not
Silksong
gonna
is-
get a rash of like hastily implemented fastest and Farloom clones.
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, except for that one that the Pal World people are putting together, or who? But that's more. Sorry, this is another one of my my fun little deep dives. So Pocket Pair put out Nevergrave, which, to my knowledge, I'll just put this on screen. To my knowledge, doesn't necessarily use generative AI, but is such a copy paster of Hollow Knight. It's hilarious. You play as a hat that can possess enemies.
Wow, that is shameless.
No, it hasn't even started. It's
Oh no, I'm looking at the trailer right now. Like, in fairness, we've had a lot of Hollow Knight copycats over the last 8 years. Some of them better disguised than others, and
Some of them even
Like-
good.
and some of them
Yeah.
quite good. Fair play. But yeah, if your very first glimpse of a single moment in a trailer is like, wow, that they needed to
Disguise it a little.
they needed to
Yeah,
hide this a little better. Yeah.
like, you can copy my homework, but just change it.
Yeah. Open a thesaurus at least a little bit.
Right. And that was something I wanted to mention earlier, is that Hollow Knight wasn't made to be a new paradigm. It was harkening back to some classic era stuff and had a lovely
Yeah.
it had a lovely hand-drawn vibe to it. God,
I mean, and
just
even it's harkening back, but also even then, a lot of it is itself drawing on elements that were hot at the time. design it. Like, one of my first impressions of it was like, wow, this is sort of a tour through the design trends of 2015 through 2017. Not in a bad way, but like in a very loving way. But it's like, okay, they're lifting this from the Souls games. They're we've got the stark silent protagonist a la Limbo. We've got this, we've got that. I mean, there were things that people were lovingly making fun of at the time. Like, it's an indie platformer with a big-headed silent protagonist who's like with a stark black and white color scheme. You don't say.
Yeah. But it ended up hitting beats. I mean, we could spend the rest of the night like deconstructing, but it ended up hitting beats so good that it became a paradigm. Like, I'm going to be a bit of a little bitch right now.
Actually, no, like, this is a really good thing to stress, is that like the early the early buzz for Hollow Knight was very much like, oh, another one of these.
Yeah, but you know what? We're not sitting here talking about A Hat in Time.
No, we're not.
And that's the thing that like makes Silksong even more of a success, is like Hollow Knight did change paradigm, and it did have other studios completely changing how they did things in response. And then Silksong drops, and it's not only good, but it's brilliant.
Yeah.
Like, that's such a huge thing, I'm sorry we never got that with, I mean, you could say Cannabolt. I was going to say, nope, the game has literally dropped out of my head while my discussion is going through. No, it's gone. It was the pixel art dueling game that had the dreadful sequel.
Nidhogg?
Oh, yeah, Nidhogg.
And they made a load of money on Nidhogg 1 and were like, no, this is our creative vision for Nidhogg 2. And I can't speak to whether or not they are valid in that, but Nidhogg 2 is trash. Nidhogg 2 is trash, and it was heartbreaking. Imagine if we'd had that with Silksong. But we didn't. We got this, and that's the kind of shit I really want to celebrate. Yeah.
No, I mean, there was definitely. I mean, this was a big part of my my silk posting panel, right? Was that it's like part of the anxiety that silk posting is relieving is this anxiety. It's like, okay, well, what if the game comes out and it's bad?
Yeah.
And so you get a lot of people like, a lot of their jokes are basically riffing, like are essentially a like preemptive, like, okay, what is the worst version of this game that it could be? And it's like, okay, well, like microtransactions and and season systems and all that, and they overplay it, right? They use it as a commentary on like modern AAA game design, but like within that is just this core anxiety of like, okay, but what if the game comes out and it sucks?
Yeah.
What do we do then? And so like it was a risk. There was a very real risk that the game would come out and it would just be like, I mean, kind of worst case scenario, like just mediocre. It's like, all right, the combat's kind of like, it's not really like engaging. The story's, there, but
that's the thing though. Like, actually, like the worst case scenario is that whoever is the quote unquote lead of Silksong gets in their own head and is like, no, my creative vision made it perfect. My creative vision made it great.
Yeah.
You get what's his fucking face? Dennis Didac situation.
Yeah. Where's
my
Where is it?
Sorry, for those who don't
where's
know,
my
Dennis
two
Didac
human?
was
There
the
it
head
is.
of
You want a
Silk
copy
Knights.
back there? Oh,
Yeah, there it is. There it is. Let's put that. We're talking about Didac. We got to put two human on display.
I have
There we
not
go.
seen that box art in a bit.
It's so bad. The box art and the game.
Let's fucking go to human fandom. But for those who don't know, Silicon Knights came off of doing a remake of Metal Gear Solid, which fans still argue about, but it was a very well-made remake. Then they made Eternal Darkness, which made maybe not all money, but was like the critical darling for a long time.
Yeah, that got talked about for years.
Yeah. And then he goes on to make Too Human, which was meant to be part one of a trilogy. And if you play Too Human, the first vibe you will get from it is, this is bad. And the second vibe is, why is this bad? All of the choices around
Why is this bad in the ways that it is bad? Because it is bad in ways that I did not know games could even aspire to be.
Yeah. And it comes down to the fact that Dennis was riding so high on the critical acclaim that was being poured upon him as if he was the solo dev on Eternal Darkness. He was like, no, I'm right. You're going to have a mandatory scene every time you die where a Valkyrie comes down and picks you up. And it's going to take like 45 seconds.
Okay, actually, all right. So when I was streaming Too Human, I just died to taking the wrong path, getting turned around, and then getting juggled by two choristers.
We feast.
That's
so
the curse of
we feast.
Didac again.
That is a curse of Didac, yeah. So when I was streaming it, one of the animators came into my Twitch chat and was like,
boy.
I got stories.
Yo,
Ask me anything.
I had one of the QA guys come in when I streamed it.
Yeah,
Those
yeah.
peeps have seen some
All of the
shit.
people who worked on it, if they hear that someone is streaming it, they all show up and they're like, ask us anything. Like, Dennis can't touch us at this point, just like we ball.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so the Valkyrie respawn animation is as long as it is in order to cover the memory unloading.
Oh, that
It just takes a full minute for the 360 to like reset the game state. And so so rather than have a loading screen, because that was a thing that Dennis was like adamant about, is no loading screens, which was a thing, like, which was kind of like the in vogue thing at the time. That people were trying to do, and to various degrees of success, but the game was in no state to actually do that. So they had to just like disguise the loading screen inside this animation, which means that the respawn animation is 60 seconds long.
It's a nightmare.
Jeez.
I would rather be staring at a progress bar, because at least the progress bar gives me like a false sense of like, all right, we're on a pause. But it is so psychologically counterproductive.
There's like an honesty to that of like, we have to be here. The game can't go any faster. It's not hiding the fact that it can't go any faster.
Yeah. Now, the wild thing about it is that they then changed the game design midway so that rather than checkpoints being like a rollback, they're just a respawn. So you can fight things by just like endlessly throwing yourself at them because like things just keep going, like in an MMO, right? Like you can just keep hurling yourself at crossroads to PvP, right? It's like that. So why is the respawn still 60 seconds long if the game state is not actually resetting?
Exactly.
Because it was now too deeply entrenched to remove.
Yeah.
So
That makes sense.
Null was saying the mathematical equation of this is, unfortunately, if you overvalidate straight white boy, you risk puncturing the hubris hole in the fabric of the world. There are many such cases. And if you've never spent time in it, I will say that the Australian game dev scene is lovely because none of those folks have ego. I believe the term culturally is called tall poppy syndrome, but it also means Australian devs and New Zealand devs are the worst when it comes to self-promotion, which is where we... Oh, sorry, bear me a second. Okay.
I have never met, like, I've been in the industry a bit and met a lot of people. I don't think I've ever encountered someone who has so much pent-up bitterness about a game that they worked on that they are like hate seeking out streamers going back to play it so they can show up and talk
Spill
shit in
tea,
chat.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
like I've like that had to be some experience.
Just yeah. It's like, what? It's like, who hurt you? Oh wait, it's Dennis. We know who hurt you.
Whoa, there's so many stories
Wow.
you don't get to tell during dev. Like, I don't know, I've talked about this in the past of like the no clip documentary on Alien Isolation is like revisionist history, and one day there will be some serious tell-all videos about Alien Isolation. That is another story and not mine to tell. One day you all will know about the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse.
I feel like
Wait, but
in
Alien
most
Isolation
cases,
is like people like it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I am now intrigued. I haven't seen the no clip documentary, and now I am tantalized.
I mean, I didn't work on Alien Isolation. I was on Total War, so I was like,
Right.
I was upstairs. I drank with those who served.
I mean, I guess I shouldn't be. I have worked in film. I should not be surprised that sometimes things that are good and liked in end product are nightmare to make led by people, hellish devils from hell.
yeah, like behind the scenes documentaries of things, and like in film you see a pretty wide range of these too, right? Like there's the ones that are very open and honest, and then the ones that are very clearly hiding a lot of dirty laundry and skeletons.
Yeah,
and it's very obvious they are.
For every sweat box, you've got another making of Beast Game Season 2.
Yeah. Exactly. And so like even the documentary of game dev that to me is one of the most honest and like forthcoming in showing what the development of the game was like, which is the Psychodicy for Psychonauts 2. Even that one, I see devs from like ex Double Fine devs who are saying there's stuff that was not included in there that I would never go back, like who have bitterness that like there's laundry still unaired that even that is not showing. Like, so it does not at all surprise me to like hear like there's, I'm sure on almost every game we love there are some really nasty stories underneath there. Not all of them, especially the smaller the team, probably the less likelihood for that kind of thing, but especially in a big studio.
There's a handful of games that are probably even like ethically produced by good people. It could happen.
There are definitely, and like even when everybody gets on and there's no toxic stuff, like making games is fucking hard.
Yeah.
You know, it's somewhere between the like high science theater production and madness.
Yeah, it's like I know it's widely said that like no one sets out to make a bad game, and that is true, but like that really doesn't get like that doesn't get to the core feeling of like even when you are still working on a game that you know this is turning out bad, this is turning out really bad, I don't like how this is going, and everybody else around you feels the same way. It's like we're all still trying to fix it. We see it happening.
Yeah.
It's maddening.
Do you think anyone creative at Beast Industries thinks like, man, maybe we should try to fix this?
I'd imagine, like, granted, my only knowledge of that organization I learned 24 hours ago.
24 hours ago.
So thank you. But it does seem like the sort of organization that like I would
Not
be
big on
terrified
introspection.
like if I was a person within that company who is sort of like, ooh, there's a lot of things I see doom on the horizon. There's lots of things we need to be changing about how we do this. Like voicing that opinion seems like the fastest way to remove yourself from that company.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean I put it in the video. They've got the poster on the wall that's like, if you don't believe that we're going to be a $100 billion company, you shouldn't be here.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow, what a wild thing to put on just a wall, like a poster on the wall, not even like intended for, I don't have enough rosaries. Okay. That's fine. Weeball, no bench. Mount Fay, no bench.
Go for it.
I know there are enough rosaries in the like secret room immediately to the right, but now I want to commit. I'm committing to the bit.
Beast chocolate on the line. No,
That is the sort of thing that goes on the wall of a tech startup that is never going to go anywhere.
I was
Yeah.
just
Like, not
about
a
to
company
say,
that's like making that has made as much money and is desperately trying to continue doing so.
like the cult mentality of those tech startups is. I've heard shit like that in fucking HR meetings, you know.
And that really is actually like not to make this about Beast, but you've nailed it. That like that is the like vibe and culture is tech startup.
Oof. Sounds exhausting.
Right, it really is. But yeah, that's a whole nother super conversation. Okay. So I guess the things are like, what haven't we had the chance to talk about Silksongery wise so far?
This game is the best
Pleased.
argument for this game's the best argument for scope creep I've ever seen.
Yep.
Awoo.
Awoo.
Actually, okay, I'm
Fight and die
on
for
Mount
this,
Fay
please.
right now, and here's another really good example of like this took me hours and hours and hours to get through the first time, and now I'm just kind of like
Coasting.
yeah, just kind of just coasting through, just having a good time. Oops, I didn't get the I don't have enough rosaries to get the bench. You know what? I'll just deal with it.
Silksong is an argument for basic universal income. Yep. It's amazing
Yeah,
what
like
kind of art people can make if they can, you know, live and have healthcare.
Yeah, like very like just about no group of like small group of people in the world could make a game like this. Generally, like they're the exact right people in the exact right place and time with the right skill set, and they've succeeded once enough that they've got as much time as they want or need to continue working on and refining their like a work like this. But yeah, like it really does a lot of people could make a lot of really great and incredible things with with if they knew that they doing so would not risk their ability to eat.
Hey, you want to know my favorite like detail about Hollow Knight?
Yeah.
Is that the version that they showed in the Kickstarter trailer is built-in stencil.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah, Ari built that in stencil. And it's like the moment that I learned that, I was like, oh, no wonder Silksong is as good as it is, because it's being made by like actually a crazy genius.
Yeah, actual sickos.
I love the growth that like we can see like between even from Hollow Knight. Like I dipped back into Hollow Knight to finish the Mr. Mushroom quest because I just never had actually done that. I realized when he showed up in Silksong, and like going directly from Silksong into Hollow Knight, which I still adore and is a wonderful game. Like it is incredible how much better they've gotten at making this kind of game.
Yeah.
Like artistically, design wise, everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Phenomenal. I will say okay, so on my first playthrough, the moment I meant to say this hours ago, when I first got the dash and was like dashing around, literally one of the first words out of my mouth is I can't wait for Dan's video about this animation.
Aw. It's super flat.
I can't wait to listen to him go through Hornet's like turn like frame by frame.
God, like I don't know what Silksong video to make. Part of it is that I just need more time to be able to make these things. But
yeah,
like figuring out what angle I'd want to come at a Silksong video from that isn't just sort of like the broad overview I did in the best of the year thing. Like there's a lot to dig into, but at the same time, like, it is so much of it is a small like there's almost nothing they're doing in Silksong that they weren't doing really well in Hollow Knight already. Is just more of it. There's a lot more of it.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm saying just go at all the animations that people would have missed. So like anything from the creepy little baby, how it wiggles when you mouse over it, to if you go into your bell house and you bring up the map,
Horn slaying. Yeah, she's lit if you're on. Yeah.
God, I love that stuff. Yeah, tons of little details like that, that make me so happy to see. I feel like when I've considered, and I don't know how much fruit it would bear, like I feel like choosing 3 bosses from Hollow Knight and 3 from Silksong and just kind of studying them, like the way they're both their design and their animation, and just like seeing what I'm curious what sort of stuff would emerge from that study.
Radiance versus Grandmother.
That's a good one, actually, just because there's a lot of similarity there. Yeah. That's a good one. That's a good pairing.
Doing Grandmother Silk with the fucking curse for the curse ending, fake that.
that was not easy.
I still need to go for that.
Good luck.
It was fun, but I will admit I have forgotten my own route, and I'm down a mask shard, and I don't remember which mask shard I've missed. So I'm like, okay, well, what's a mask shard that I know is an option? We're at 218, and we've got double. I'm actually on pretty good pace here. Like, I am set to be done in about an hour.
Damn. Though I don't know.
Possibly less, actually, because I'm on stuff that I'm like pretty familiar with.
I don't know if I have a full hour of bants left in me, but yeah, I was just trying to think of
what time is it?
It's like 8. Oh, sorry, 8 Seattle.
So 9 my time, so we've been at this about 3 hours. Did it actually take me that long to sort of get started? Well, I guess I'm at 2:18 in-game clock, and that doesn't include pause time and some other things.
Hours. So I guess, like, because on the animation stuff, I kept the throwing rings with me for ages. Not because I used them, because it changed the taunt to the Bashunka.
Yeah.
Little stuff like that. So like that is what Team Cherry, having effectively infinite money and no deadline, infinite time, like,
yeah,
those are the little details that, like, you have ideas for constantly. They've always got way more ideas than you're gonna have time to put in, but like that, like, they've had the time to be able to just like, I'm just gonna rough that in real quick. I'm gonna throw it in again. That'll be cool. It's like when it's just a few people, when one of them has an idea and on a whim is like, you know what, I'm gonna spend this morning. I was supposed to continue working on this area. I'm animating Hornet slapping new because that's gonna be funny. And like that kind of whim is something that is so hard to, like, especially like the bigger production you get where you're having to make where efficiency starts getting so important.
Yeah, where you have to go into a production meeting and be like, hey, I need to allocate this many dev hours to make a Pashunka.
Yeah. Like I've always wondered why, like, there are some games and some franchises, some studios at large scale that will have that kind of like needless excess of detail and small touch. I think like Monster Hunter is one of the big ones where there's just so many little small details and animated little events and things going on that just blink and you'll miss them, or they're just in places you'll never look. Just tons of that detail. And I think Capcom and just their decision maker hierarchy there is unique from what I hear, to where like just animation team gets a lot of voting power, which sounds nice. But in most every other place I've worked, like you got to make a good case for why you should be spending a week on this feature that's actually also going to need a programmer and a designer's attention. Actually, we could really use like a rigger's help to get this easier to do for the character. Like, this is going to be ultimately tens of thousands of dollars worth of investment for this little idea I had. And then, like, before you even finish describing it, like, you can just see the looks on people's faces, and they're right. But yeah, like, it delights me seeing a game like this with just so many little details like that that are reasonable to do because they have as much time as they want, but also because they made smart decisions, like making these characters really easy to draw.
Yeah.
They did say one of the, oh no, I need to get used to having double jump back. No, I did it again. They did say that one of the things that led them to realize is like, okay, we need to lock in and we need to set up a roadmap for actually like finishing this game, was when they came up with the idea of the volt vessels interacting with like liquids.
Oh,
They're like, what if? And like, so this was because this was like the fourth or fifth sort of like hidden hidden interaction that they had come up with. And every time they had come, like, it's like, oh, like, what if this interacts with this? What if this interacts with this? What if this interacts with this? What if this interacts with like, what if using this thing like has blows debris around? And it was the Volt Vessels one where there's like they were like, they started working on it, and then they're like, okay, if we keep going, like every time we come up with another one of these, we need to like go through the entire game and find every instance of every doodad that would like interact with the thing and make it interact with the thing. We need to stop. We need to stop coming up with new stuff, and we need to just make the game that is already started.
Yep.
Finish the game that's already started. So yeah.
No other production could someone have said, hey, you know, we added the whole, like, you know, silk violin, we added the music system. What if every character had a song that they would sing while you play? No other production would be like, yeah, sure, go for it. Unless it was like a core combat or unlockable feature.
I am shockingly actually having more trouble with this platforming because I need to get used to having fade out and cloak back.
It really throws you.
No. Ah, god damn.
We're feasting again.
We're feasting again.
No, I will say I'm usually of the opinion of like, I don't like talking about cut content in games because the features you never implement are always perfect.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
And there's no such thing as like well, in this game there are definitely some areas that were reworked and tweaked because of how they fit and how they flow. But usually in games, it's like you use everything, and things are already cut if they caused a problem somewhere else that would have taken too long to fix or otherwise.
You know what? I'm an even bigger idiot. I took that death despite having opened the shortcut. I could have just gone back and benched.
Okay.
That feast was just for the love of the game.
Just for the love.
And then, of course, I won try it on my next attempt.
Of course. That's the power of the Beast Snack. See, Beast Snack's even a better name. So, DJ, are there any like Silksong bits we haven't had a chance to talk about that I know you've been keen to get into?
Did we all get thrown in jail?
Yeah.
At least once, yes.
Yeah.
I had multiple friends who totally missed that, and it's one of my favorite segments that first time it happens, because
it's wonderful.
It's wonderful, and it really puts in perspective how much you've come to rely on your tools.
I did get stuck on it for a good bit because there's the one jump in the slab that I just like I had been going too long and I was blind. I had become like blind to how you would make that jump around the kind of diagonal thing. So I'm just like, oh, I can't do that jump right now. Like it's literally impossible. That is I started to see it as like a wall to prevent me from going somewhere rather than a challenge that I was supposed to overcome. So I wasted a lot of time wandering in circles until chat was like, no, you need to go back to that climb. It is in fact up there.
Yeah.
It's fun, like, given that Hollow Knights had Soul's DNA from the start, and FromSoft has done several variants of that trick before, it astonishes me that I never would have expected to get, like, kidnapped, jailed, whatever, yanked to some different unknown place in the world without my things. Like, it was such a wonderful surprise.
Yeah. I know so many folks who missed the Elden Ring one of that.
Wait, there's one in Elden Ring?
Yeah.
There's the trap chests that teleport you someplace else in the world.
Oh, yeah, no, I know about those. Okay.
One of the
There's also patches.
There's also one of the
Right, the
mechanical
patches.
Iron Maidens.
Right, I forgot that
Yeah,
too.
he brings you, or he tells you about a lead that traps you in the Volcano Manor.
Yeah, I forgot about that one.
You know, one of the attack mannequins, the attack Iron Maidens. If you get caught in it, it'll give the old trap treatment.
Yeah.
Yeah, it brings you into a spot of Volcano Manor where you basically have to beat a boss to escape, or you can fall off a specific spot of the cliff and survive and totally just cheese it. But normally you would be locked into having to do a boss fight, which I think is like 2 Iron Maidens at the same time.
Oof.
Yeah, it's at the bottom of the weird water wheel area.
Okay, so I didn't have to go through that because by the time I got to that point with patches, I had already like done Volcano Manor.
Yep.
But like I think I got to talk about all of the big stuff. Like the thing is, Becky Coles, all of the big angles. You know, the raised by 3 mothers. The fact that Hornet envies creatures that can fly, but she was also raised by hornets, so of course she envies people that can fly. You know, she grew up in a hive.
That you just reminded me of another thing, like a thought I'd had. Like, Hornet's history with like upbringing and history and sort of like connection to the hive had been something that was sort of implied in original game, but wasn't really made that explicit. And this game gets much more into it, and it kind of got me wondering, like, what was Hornet's name before she was called Hornet? Because like it makes sense her or getting the name Hornet while living with, being cared for, like training with the bees. She's a spider who has learned to fight from the bees. That makes a lot of sense. Did she have a name before then, I wonder? I don't think this has like a canon answer or anything. It's just it's a thought that I kind of had, or like she probably had a name before then.
What would her mum have called her had she not had to lock the blight behind a dream wall?
Yeah. I refuse to believe that her mother was like, "You're like welcome to the world, gendered child."
Well, gendered child, your name is Hornet. I am naming you after a stinging insect related to my best friend, but very different from my best friend, the bee lady. Okay, wait, where?
Because I hadn't even considered that, she learnt the needle, not the nail.
Yeah.
Everybody in Hallow Nest, it was all, nail smiths and nail crafters. And, in... Oh my god, how do I keep forgetting the name of this region?
Farloom.
Farloom, thank you. In Farloom, they're all nail masters, but Hornet's never been here before. So, she learnt the
well, by and large, so even in Farloom, her needle is unique because they're all pins.
Yeah.
They're all pin masters and We can open that.
No, you're right. It is. It's all pin masters. Sorry.
Oh, the little distinction.
Yeah, because she was from the Weavers.
Yeah.
And they talk about that where it's like, oh, you know, your needle is quite an exotic weapon around these parts. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no, they call attention to it. All right, let's go Red Quill. We're going Red Quill.
I love this detail too.
That's so good.
Yeah.
So good.
And if you save it, I don't know if y'all know this. If you save picking up the quill until Tormented Trobio, you get a purple quill.
one.
Yeah, purple one.
Yeah.
I like the red one because it matches, and it's like you gotta match.
Well, the purple matches Tormented Trobio.
Well, I know, but I'm
You know
saying
what?
just
Let's
for
go
Hornet.
straight. We're just going straight in. We're going.
We all chose red for Hornet's house, right?
Yes. I actually didn't know you could choose because I accidentally double clicked.
Oh,
And
no.
it auto selected red.
Oh no.
Well, it's the right answer.
My second
anyway.
playthrough, I was like, oh, was this added?
Trobio.
And look, I know this is a detail that we all know, but just the fact that your mount in this one is basically a kaiju that you tame by kicking its ass, but it was also a mother. Like,
I made a mistake. I didn't realize I made the mistake until just now, but all of a sudden I'm like, wait a second. I was having trouble with Trobio on my Reaper Crest playthrough. Why was I having trouble with Trobio on my Reaper Crest playthrough? Okay, because I didn't have Flea Brew. That was a big problem. Also, Reaper Crest doesn't really benefit from Flea Brew, but I have Flea Brew, so that's fine. Oh, right. I forgot to upgrade my needle. What is the thing that I literally just did? Forget to upgrade my needle. Because before Trobio is shopping time. That's when you go. So in the speedrun route, this is right before Trobio is when you go and get your polished needle. And it is also when you stop off at Ava and get a few you get the first
Crest upgrades.
crest upgrade.
it's fine. You just got to hit him harder. He's a theater kid. He's not that tough.
Torture the actor.
He is. He actually he actually well and truly is quite low HP, all things considered. So if you're on the
That's true. of
so
most
fortunately,
theater kids,
like
by the way.
having Flea Brew does mean that I can just like bully this nerd. Like we're doing fine here, but the fact that we're still on phase 1 is not pleasant.
You're in for the marathon.
There we go. No, I thought that was going to be. There we go. There's the transition. Unfortunately, I'm already out of Flea Brew because I overspent it. But
Yes, a theater nerd with an oversized pyrotechnics budget. The most dangerous of theater nerds. You know what's it's gonna be that thing of once I kind of bring my side of this to a close, I'm gonna think of like 50 things I wanted to mention about Silksong with you all.
Oh yeah.
There's one little detail I know that I just really enjoyed, and
Wow.
it's a thing that I feel like many games do. But the fact that when you do start Act 3 and your save file has like
yeah.
abyss covered and you have to break it open, I love that
like
little detail.
that. Yeah.
It's so cool. I love it.
I am really glad. So people are just like, oh, should I play Silksong or Hollow Knight first? And it's like, I think you can start on, like, if you want to start on Silksong, just start on Silksong, right? Like, there's not actually like a critical need. But I
Yeah.
will say that if you do play Hollow Knight first, like if you do finish Hollow Knight first, there is enough in there to lend weight to moments like the Act 3 transition,
Yeah.
where it's like where the the trap opens. This was one of my favorite stream moments. Was it's like the trap opened and I was just like, that's not good, that's worse.
Yep. It was so cool.
Yeah.
I'd actually forgotten. Another thing that I love is, and I think it's it's toward the first time you encounter and fight Grandmother Silk is in the climb up where you're like finding the occasional little records of places that
Oh
folks from the
yeah.
Citadel have gone to track down other weavers. Just the names of other lands that are just dropped and then never heard from again. That sounds so interesting. Like that makes the world
Yeah.
feel so much bigger. Even if we never get to
No.
see any of those places, I love that.
Yeah.
There
One
we
of those
go.
like
Oh,
whenever the next
clutch,
game comes
clutch,
out,
Clutch.
Yeah.
Clutch.
I want to go back and look at those and see if any of them are actually referenced to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm torn between like obviously we got more Silksong to enjoy, DLC coming, all that. I cannot decide whether I really want them to make a third Hollow Knight game effectively, or whether I want to see them try to do something else. Just because I am so curious what other kind of game Team Cherry would have in them.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go, chat. The fan service. Trobio
There he is.
sneaking away. If you stand off, like he does move. He moves. He's crawling very slowly, so he will eventually exit.
This bug's a professional.
Because technically he doesn't.
But he must maintain kayfabe.
I love it so much.
Okay, now I'm actually going to go do my shopping trip.
Because he doesn't die even in Form 2. He just leaves.
Yeah,
He does, yeah.
dramatically.
I see. That's always the challenge. Is like you can never really know what a dev team's going through. You know, if Supergiant had stayed the path that they were on, we never would have gotten Hades. But also, I would have loved a second Transistor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
Transistor's
Honestly, though,
one that I
part
keep
of me
meaning
is-
to go back to.
I'm happy we didn't just because I love the resolution of that game.
oh
Like
yeah, no.
the end of that is very strong.
You know, if they had just said like, oh shit, Transistor sold loads, let's make Transistor 2. You know, other
Honestly,
teams
I'd
would have
love
made
more
other choices.
Bastion.
I'm
I was
surprised they
obsessed
didn't
with
make
Bastion back in the
too,
day.
because that one did like sell gangbusters.
Yeah. I'm kind of hopeful. Like I'm glad that I've not gotten to Hades 2 yet, but I'm thrilled that there is more of it. And now I kind of would just love to see them go back to just keep making new, different things. Like, cause I finally played Pyre a year ago for the first time, and that's actually great. Like, I wouldn't call it my favorite, but like having played that now, like it feels like the connective tissue between Hades and the games they'd made previously. Like,
Oh yeah, no,
I can
absolutely.
see where Hades comes. Like, the leap from Transistor to Hades feels like a wild jump. And like, if you haven't played Pyre and seen like, oh, okay, this is where they got really character focused, like large cast of characters, lots of dialogue.
Yeah, it's the sports season stuff that people bounce off of, but it was really cool. But then
It really is, yeah.
you know, the arc we got led us to Hades, which is brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
With Team Cherry, I understand. No one, okay, some people do, but most people don't want to be making the same game forever. You know,
Yeah.
what you have to understand, to those of you who haven't worked in it, is that to be someone who wants to make a game is to have an idea for a game and feel inspired to make it. To work in video games is to be cursed with an idea and know that you have to make it.
Yeah. It is very funny reading interviews with Arya and William where they're like, yeah, you know, we think a lot, we spend a lot of time thinking about the fact that if you take 8 years to make a game, you're only going to live so long. So that means you've only got like 3-4 games in you if they each take 8 years.
Yep.
It's like, that's like, you know, it's wild and grim to have to think about Silksong on the fact that, like, because it is this so condensed labor of love, that it is not, it, unlike the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which is eternal and will outlive all of us, like will keep being made until our grandchildren are old and remembering when there was snow. There's a limit, you know, like they're not gonna, I mean, I hope they don't just, God Damn it! I did it again.
Forgot your upgrades.
No, I'm sitting here like, where's Bellheart?
Oh, no,
on the
warp the-
Bellways.
the
Where's
Bellway.
Bellheart?
Oh no. Taking the scenic route.
Taking the scenic route. That it's like, oh, okay, like they're not just gonna sell off these IPs when they're like, we're bored of them now. Oh, right, Moorwing is gonna attack me out here now because I moved him, and I'm in Act 2, so we're just gonna run away from him. Yeah, spoilers for the many varied interactions between the acts and boss locations.
This whole thing is spoilers par extraordinaire.
Yeah.
I've definitely heard a lot of devs voice that same sort of thought, though, of like, especially if they've been in the industry for a bit, if they are around 40 or higher, and now games generally on average taking longer to make, a lot of them do kind of have that reality of like, yeah, I can kind of math out how many games I have left to make, and like that, which is a good thing to be aware of. You don't want that to sneak up on you, but yeah, it is very sobering.
Yeah.
Okay, there's...
Start
All right.
making your video game today.
I know there's a cache of rosaries down at the bottom of this little quick puzzle, and there's one right here, and so we'll get those. Okay, that's 60. There we go. All right, we're good. We can back up. We can go open that bellway. Oh my god, what an own goal.
I mean, the goal is.
This is what happens when I mean, this is what happens when you blindly speedrun a route that you haven't practiced in a month and a half.
So
You think you know it, but it turns out there's all sorts of little details.
What is fun is mentioning that the truth of game dev and everyone revealing themselves in chat is very funny. So, dear friends, I've got a little bit of time left. So if there's any other details that you're wanting to talk about before I, call last orders and whatnot, now's the time. And Mr. the Dan Olson, if you're going to keep going with your speed running route, I'll just bring everybody over to you.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to finish this tonight. We have our last pin upgrade, so we've already beat Trobio, so it is now... That is the wrong way to go. We blitz through High Hall, I'm actually very close to being done this. I mean, all things considered. So I'm going to keep going.
Wunderbar.
Tap when you need to tap, but I am very confident I'm not opening any of these. That's how brazen I'm gonna be. The rest of these feastables staying closed. I did have to finish one, so that is a non-trivial number of deaths. Which is a little embarrassing for, a pro gamer like me. Where look, I'm so pro that I'm like I'm wearing a sports jersey.
That's how you know.
Yeah.
That's how you know I'm pro gamer. So it's a little embarrassing that I had to eat an entire Feastables.
It's in your blood now.
There's only 5 ranks in these, so 5 deaths in a game I haven't touched in a month is not that bad.
I'm not thinking about the amount of deaths. You're right, that's not a lot of deaths, but the amount that has done to your insides, Mr. Beast inside and out.
Well, at least it's not it's not Prime. That is the message here. It is not Prime.
Do we have enough? Are there enough instances of these sorts of internet personality snacks to build a tier list out of?
Yes.
I guess it's probably been done already, huh?
Probably. Oh, right. The Steam is on because Phantom is alive. Yeah. So you'd be looking at Prime, Feastables, Lunchly. I mean, actually, when you get into like the nicher stuff, there's like a lot, right? Because you've got a lot of like limited run candies, crackers.
Oh yeah, yeah. Little collaboration runs with little various snack makers and yeah.
Yeah. Wrong way.
Oh,
As we
great.
are-
All right, back to Silksong. I love the addition of the Wish side quest system so much. Like, that
Yes.
adds so much to this game in a huge way over Hollow Knight.
Helps so much with focusing as well.
Yeah.
Okay, it will take a hot minute, but can I be super indulgent and read a scripted bit
Ooh.
about wishes?
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. Give me
Sorry, let me just move
all
my
right.
copy of Two Human back to the
Silk
show.
Song. All right, there's my Silk Song script. Okay, so next up on our Silksong quest tier list, we have Silver Bells. All right, now, this one we need to evaluate through a couple different lenses, right? Because if we take it in isolation, then this quest is pretty bad. It's a fetch quest, but the things that you need to fetch just drop randomly in the bell vein around Bellheart. This means there's only 2 areas where you could even find these, and there's not really anything else there. Like we were saying earlier, the quest for the Pilgrim Cloaks is a stealthy way of getting you more money, since you need to go kill husks that drop rosaries, but also even if you just ignore it, like you don't go out of your way to work on it, you will eventually finish it just by working your way through Greymoor and Blasted Steps. Choir Cloaks and Fine Pins are the same. Silver Bells, you have to go out of your way, and the only thing it's sort of doing is signposting that there's a lower area below the bell station, and if you go down there, you'll find one of the snails and a shortcut down to the Marrow right above Hunter's March. But you're not going to complete the quest in the time it takes to do that. In fact, you might finish exploring the area and still only have found 1 or 2 bells. So ultimately, you have to spend a bunch of time in 2 very small areas where there's not much else going on. You're getting shards from killing the Frums, but killing critters is honestly the worst way to stock up on shards, so this is bad. The other angle, though, is the narrative angle, right? In order to unlock Act 3, you need to complete a few specific quests and then 17 of the other 22 quests. And the whole narrative point of that is to make the dialogue and narrative make sense. Act 3 hinges on Hornet giving a damn. It hinges on her caring about Farloom, not just as an abstract concept, but in specific. She has to have a sense of ownership of the situation, a sense of the stakes. She has to know people's names. One of the things that's mandatory is completing Chakra's quest, which we put up here in S tier purely for how it culminates, and that's mandatory because Chakra needs to change. She needs to go through her whole arc of coming to respect the pilgrims and their pacifism, see that there is strength and worth in their determination and resilience in stark contrast to her martial way of life. She needs to do that so that it means something that she would defend Bellheart from Void Curse husks alone to the point of exhaustion. So part of Silver Bells is that you are demonstrating that Hornet is willing to do something menial and inconvenient simply because she has the power to, and because someone wished for it. Early in the game, she explicitly says that she's only helping out because the rewards are useful, but then she's running around doing all these tedious wishes for mediocre rewards, or even the donation wishes which are just like building a bridge that she doesn't need and actively gets in her way, or helping repair Bellheart for no reason. Like, look them up on the wiki here. Building up Songclave, donate 300 rosaries, reward none. So that's narrative value. Silver Bells, by being tedious, is helping build all these themes. But it's also just not very fun, so I've got to put it here in D tier.
Perfect.
Yeah. The fact that the statue that you build of the guy can be broken. Oh. The bridge being breakable, oh god. There's so many parts of the quest that build such a brilliant world.
Have any of you ever
system.
cracked open the little shell shard thing that is like the little sculpture that the guy like made
Never,
of you?
never. No, I would never.
Good.
Yeah,
I had to realize I've been
even
streaming with a monster this whole time.
Honestly,
No,
I wish I could have put that in my little
never ever.
house.
started once, like, because it's like, oh, like, click to use, or like to, it says to break, and I was like, huh? So I held the button down, and it starts doing the same shaking animation of the shard bundles, and I was like, oh, no, and like panic, like stop.
Yep.
I'm getting body blocked by this.
These guys are assholes. But yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any other sparkly moments that I haven't mentioned. And again, sorry, I don't mean to keep picking on you, on your DJ. I know I'm an over talker. Are there any other bits that you had that you wanted to throw forth?
I don't know.
It is hard to narrow down. Like, the game is so dense with little details and moments and bits, and just generous with the amount of it.
Yeah. Well, you know what? There will be DLC. So this is not the last Silksong and Wine and Cheese night that we shall do.
Heck yeah.
What if Sea of Sorrows is bad?
That's what I was going to ask. All right, you're the one who keeps his finger on the pulse of like Silk posting. How's the meta evolved now that we're like, if you're still keeping an eye on it, has it evolved now that we're 8 months out?
Okay, how has it evolved? It has the current state of it, as in like this week's thing, is it started with someone saying it's like, I am a Sea of Sorrows playtester. I signed an NDA, ask me anything. And that then turned into a whole genre of like, I am a blank, whatever with an NDA, ask me anything. So I am a Sea of Sorrow beta tester. I didn't sign an NDA, ask me anything. I am a Sea of Sorrow beta tester. I signed 2 NDAs. I am an NDA, ask me anything. I am Sea of Sorrows. Sign an NDA and ask me anything. Like every variant that you can think of is the like joke du jour. No, spirits on r/Silksong are very high. We're still within sort of the range of when people were like guessing Sea of Sorrows was likely to come out. Like, we're getting towards the later end of it. People were like, okay, probably like March, April. But the fact is, like, we're now like pretty deep into April and haven't heard anything from them for a bit, but they are like very frequently updating the Steam repositories. Is driving people insane. Because it's like, okay, we can see that they're uploading stuff.
Yep.
But
I'm so happy that Silk posting is ongoing.
Oh yeah. No, there was actually a really good one. There's been a couple high effort ones. So people making up bosses that don't exist, but then like actually putting in the effort to like. I always forget that this ladder is not a like room transition, but it's just so I stop jumping halfway up it and then just fall back down. What was I saying? Yeah, people like making up fake bosses and like actually making like hunter journal entries for them.
Amazing.
With like good art that that's not quite as polished as Ari's like finished stuff, but like is a pretty good crack at it.
I do want to point out it is almost impossible to create the Silksong situation, i.e. where you don't have to make posts and tell people about your game. If anyone ever tells you good games sell themselves, they are a liar and should be smacked in the mouth.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
they have reached this stage, and it is so fascinating because at this point, it would be detrimental to them if they did start posting more about like development updates and things. It would actually be a bad idea for them to talk more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I find that extremely funny.
Agreed. Like, yeah, they're doing the right thing, and it is just creating a new form of art. Well, other people are creating a new form of art to stay sane.
Yeah.
While they wait.
and do
fandom. Good games don't sell themselves, but fandom sells your game for you.
yes.
Until they go insane and become like utterly incomprehensible and
Yeah.
Yo,
Until they become the sort of fan base no one wants to be considered a part of.
I mean, I used to drink with Mika Harper quite frequently, so the tales I have heard of League of Legends, there's a fandom that, whew,
Boy, I
that
bet.
is a whole nother night of discussion. But I do think it does come from, again, that like Australian game dev philosophy of like just being averse to self-promotion and just wanting to just quietly make the game and just quietly put it out there.
all right. These are actually my least favorite enemy in the game.
Yes, that's the right answer.
The
I forgot
mechanical
about
judges.
them. I hate
Oh
them.
yeah.
If there's a good trick for them that's not one or two specific tools, I don't know it.
It is the trick for them is to bait their forward attack and then pogo them.
Oh, okay.
But it is way easier said than done, reliably.
Oof.
Poisonous
No!
flies and vengeance.
I went
Let's
straight
deal
through
with
it.
everything. Okay, so I'm gonna bring my adventures to a close over on this side. Friends, I will be raiding you over to Dan Olson's side. Obviously, Dan, DJ, Floydo, you're all welcome to use this channel to continue nattering if you want to keep going. It is securely locked. But, yeah.
I should probably start winding down as well, but like, thank you so much for
Thanks
putting this
for-
together. This has been really fun.
No, like I said,
Yeah.
I've missed you all
Thanks for
something
having us.
fierce, and this was born out of having really good conversations with, with Floydo about Hollow Knight, and I desperately wanted to do it again. I'm sorry we can't do this IRL, which would be amazing, but
Yeah. I miss living near y'all.
Same.
yeah, but I don't know. I also think it's important to take a night and celebrate stuff like Silksong. One of the things about streaming that's a little bit hard sometimes is it feels like you finish an incredible game and you're immediately rushing off to the next one, and you don't
Yeah,
have time to
yeah.
like sit and digest it. So
Yes, I am pulling up my own guide to remind myself where's the little, there it is, 1333 2003 is there. You know what, move it to your other screen, Dan. There you go.
I definitely feel that, like, move on to the next thing. Like, all the more so having come off of finally finishing the stupid best of 2025 video, just since that puts me into a state of 3 months of briefly dipping into dozens and hundreds of like not getting a lot of time, like spending a lot of time with very few games that merit being in the video, and then tiny doses of so many others that it becomes a blur. So I've not had time to think about Silksong in a while. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity.
okay, so I know we're all staying together, but homies help homies. So first up, if you all haven't seen it, Dan Jones now has a new YouTube channel. Go ahead, give it a view, give it a watch.
It's very fun.
Hang on, let me grab. I had all these links ready to go like a professional, and now I do not. If you haven't seen it, go check out Floydo's Animation of 2025 video, which is a Herculean yearly attempt to catalog the best game animation each year. Boy howdy.
Thank you.
I'm glad 2026 can finally start.
Yeah, thank God.
Yeah, it begins now.
Sorry for holding everybody up. we can release games again.
And last but by no means least, if you haven't seen it, this is Dan Olson's video of going to the Mr. Beast land of Mr. Beast fame.
It was a wild trip.
Yep.
Okay, so just to, all right, chat, just to highlight how scrambled my path has been. My normal order is Last Judge, Clawline, Vault Keeper, Cog, and then like right now is when I would go get Double Jump, and then I would do Conductor Melody and then end the game. Instead, I've completely scrambled. Completely scrambled this route.
Okay, let me pass everybody to you. I'm gonna jump out of chat, friends, but just thank you for joining me. This was feckin' good. If anybody wants any leftover cheese, I have some left.
I still have some left over here too. I'll get Carrie's help.
But yeah, miss you all. Glad we got to chat and hang out and to be.
Miss you as well. Yeah, let's do chat some more once once DLC is here and done.
Oh yeah. All right.
Have a good evening.
Take care.
Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Okay, and to you lot, I hope you had fun listening to the Silksongian rambles and Dennis Didac shoutouts that I bet you didn't expect to hear. This was a really good night. So, like, seriously, thank you all. I'm gonna do quick credits. Rod, sir, you got your squats. But yes, I am passing you all over to Dan Olson. So we're bringing it back into the round. All right. So to Winston Works, Eat Chalk, and Rizkey Biz, thank you for the follows. Don't be a stranger. Making Gundams tomorrow. To Rodser, Naru, and Varbles, like, thank you for long sprees of subs, you fucking legends. Thank you. To Legend of Morad, Pun Spectre, Scotty Doggy, Akari, Bacon Avenger, and Vanderbeast, you threw cash money dollars into keeping me alive, and I cannot say thank you enough for that. To Shuri Honey and Restless Roots, thank you both for bringing raids in. I know these kind of like chat show nights aren't the usual like level of banter, but I hope your streams were splendid. Thank you for bringing your squad in. And thank you again to the whole moderation team over here on the Longship. So to Moose, to Caffeine, to Tal, and to Nova. There were a lot of folks, and things were moving very quick, but you all handled it, and everything was lovely. So, yeah. I'm sending you over to Dan's house now, and you can go be terrors over there. But yeah, thank you all. Yeah, tomorrow we're doing crafting. Come hang out. And that's it. That's the run. Happy Silksong spoileriness, and yeah, to be continued.